shut up and sit down.
coach Lee Moyles and assistant coach Rod Drew. Leading off and playing second base, number 11, Braden Moyles. Playing first base, number 15, Cooper McDonald. Playing center field, number 17, Owen Pilcher. Starting at shortstop, number 13, Cameron Landy. Playing left field, number 5, Sam Gooch. Starting catcher, number 19, Jacob Santich. Playing third, number 1, Carlos Salas. Playing right field, number 9, Braden Horsley. Your DH, number 25, Kane Newen. And your starting pitcher, number 21, Flynn McGann. Starting on the bench and ready to come in, number 31, Braden Connor. Number 34, Jared Cripps. Number 29, Cruz Brendan. Number 23, Riley Marsh. Number 7, Michael DeGasperis. And number 3, Jaden Lee. Turn me on and let me do my thing. Now presenting your home team, the Biscuits. Head coach, Kent Fitzgibbons. And assistant coach, Kurt Russell. Leading off for the Biscuits, playing center field, number 8, Jackson Limpis. Starting catcher, number 11, Josh Davies. Starting at shortstop, number 13, BJ Cook. Playing first base, number 35, Luden Tamara. Your DH for tonight, number 22, Jeff Kerr. Playing right field, number 20, Finlay Duncan. Playing left field, number 9, Cody Vandegraff. Starting at third, number 18, Sam Shepard. Starting at second base, number 6, Dawson George. And your starting pitcher, number 23, Tyson Knowles. Starting on the bench, ready to come in, number 3, Nick Davis. Number 25, Caleb Goodwin. Number 30, Jackson Stivey. Number 15, Aiden Branch. Number 28, Ben Bird. And number 32, Matt Stanton. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and remove your caps for the national anthem. Play ball!
Play ball indeed. Very good evening and welcome to Empire Ballpark out here in the West for the Under-18 Showcase. It's the Durham Bulls versus the Montgomery Biscuits in this final game of the Rays Showcase Series. Of course, it's been going for 2 weeks. The kiddos have been out here, the 16s and the 18s, and it all comes down to this final game to see who'll be the Under-18s champion and who gets the bragging rights. But more importantly, who gets a good couple of days of a good game of baseball to finish off what has been a sensational tournament for these kids in under 16s. Of course, we had that game earlier, and now finally the under 18s under lights. Paul Morgan's minor joining me, Guy Belair. And well, Guy, we've reached not the finish line, but we're certainly turning for home, rounding third, heading for home in this showcase, and it should be a great game.
Absolutely, we're in for a treat. I think both teams have split the 2 games so far, so we'll see who's going to take home all the chocolates from that instance, but we're in for a treat. I think Flynn McGaughan's going to be going on one side, Tyson Knoll on the other, and if the Biscuits get a chance to turn it over to BJ Cook, it might be lights out, so we'll see what we're in for.
Well, that's it. We'll look at the Bulls first. Their starting lineup will look like this. Leading off for the Bulls will be number 11, the second baseman Braden Moyle, followed by Cooper McDonald playing first base. Then it'll be Owen Pilcher, who will start in center field. Then be Cameron Landy, who will start at shortstop. Sam Gooch will start left field. Batting 6 will be Jacob Santich, and Carlos Salas will bat 7th and play third base. Braden Horsley will play out in right field. Then it will be the designated hitter, Kane Newham, and then, as you mentioned, Guy Belair, will be Flynn McGaughan on the hill for the Bulls. Meanwhile, over in the Biscuits, leading things off will be centre fielder Jackson Limpus. Josh Davies will be batting second. The man you spoke about, he'll be playing catcher. Then that man you spoke about, Bailey J, BJ Cook, he will bat third and play shortstop. Luden Tamara will play first base. Jeff Kerr will be the designated hitter batting 5th. Finlay Duncan will bat 6th and play right field. Cody Vandergraaf will play left field and wear number 9. Sam Shepard will bat 8th, playing third base. Dawson George will round out the batters playing second base. As you said as well, there he is there, Tyson Knoll on the hill.
Mike Sherwood can be behind the plate calling the game this evening, and I was just sitting in with a couple of the behind-the-scenes staff that have gotten to work with the kids all week and talking about which team they would rather coach, and would you rather have it for the win tonight, or would you rather have it for everything that could be for years to come? Each one was kind of a different mind, so
well,
I think that's kind of a good thing when we talk about it. We talk about both games have been pretty well balanced. Both teams are pretty well balanced.
Yeah.
And I think we'll have much of the same this evening.
I was just going to say that. You can really, you can make your argument either way. We'll get things going here, and it will be Braden Moyle to lead things off for the Bulls. So we're just about ready. Tyson Knoll kicks, delivers. The first pitch is underway. It's baseball time in WA. Next pitch, 84 mile an hour from Knoll in there for a strike, the big lanky left-hander. So you got Duncan out in right field, Limpus in center field, Vandergraaf in left, Shepard at third, BJ Cook at short, George at second, Tamara at first, Davies behind the plate, and Tyson Knoll throwing to Braden Moyle. There's a ball on the field they're just trying to get rid of at the moment, which they do. In the end, rally train rolls by. Beautiful night for baseball, 23 degrees, little light breeze. Kind of cool in comparison to what's been going on the last few weeks. There it is, 83 on the gun. Some light sleeves, people putting some jumpers back on. I mean, you can, one thing about this Empire Ballpark, you have to bring everything.
I'll say that it might be the only spot in Perth that's like Melbourne where you might experience all the weather in one day.
You may. I mean, it could possibly be the only place that ever snows. Moyle sends that one up the chute. George calls off Tamara to make the catch. One away.
I suppose if Rob Drew forgot to turn off the sprinklers, you could get the rain delay, the old Bull Durham style.
I mean,
kind of fitting for this game.
100%. I mean, you'd never be able to, like, you would obviously never get this cold, but it would be a cool place to, for the ice hockey team, the Perth Oh my God, the name escapes me. The
I
ice
know
skating
exactly what you're talking about now.
Talk about a Winter Classic, which you would have seen as McDonald comes up. Oof, that one from Noel got away from Davies, and McDonald got out in a hurry.
I think that one got away from Tyson
Thunder.
Knoll. So, yeah, I was thinking like Thundercats or something like that was. I don't think that's correct, but it was pretty close to it. But yeah, I mean, that certainly is a treat. I wish I would have been able to do the one that was at Wrigley Field a few years back. One, it is an enjoyable, and two, it's a great atmosphere to have those take part in the different stadiums that aren't normally meant for the arena. And you know, Wrigley Field, it was a neat one, and
yeah, they just had a Target Field, home of the Twins. That game happened just a couple of days ago.
Another baseball one. It's been they've been doing it on New Year's Day every year. So
McDonald drew a walk. Yeah, that one was between. Well, it was a team up there in Minnesota,
the Wild,
which is the Minnesota Wild, and they played St. Louis.
I believe it was St. Louis. Yep. And I kind of like that they've rotated that around to different cities, but they utilize different teams to give guys. It's been a unique experience. I think everybody's spoken highly of it, so kind of passing that one around to give to everybody to have. So you know, it's those unique things too, and it's kind of like we talk about the Little League World Series, that the MLB clubhouses, you know, they actually throw it on TV and they all sit there and watch the games, and you know, a handful of them were kids at it.
Pilcher into bat for the Bulls.
But just like we kind of talked about too, you know, even in the MLB clubhouses, they all stop when the College World Series is on, because it's just such a unique environment, unique atmosphere, and then the guys that get the opportunities to play at it, it's pretty memorable.
I'll tell you something, though, Guy, like you look out in this field now, there's something special about when baseball's under lights, though. I mean, I think all sports in general, but it lifts up a gear when it's under lights. It just the kind of colours pop and the shadows and everything. It's just and it's maybe just because it's. Have a look at Tyson Knoll break down the pitch there, the big left-hander.
Big high leg kick.
Yeah.
And you can see he's got a nice stride. Gets out over that front foot, really able to kind of explode that ball out of his hand, shorten that distance to the plate.
Pilcher draws a walk. You know, Pilcher's the fastest man here. Part of the reason why we might like the night is because we don't have to stare at the sun, but the sun's on our eyes.
Yeah, we can get the full use of everything in the broadcast booth here.
You can see the screen and life's good.
Don't feel like you're an ant under the magnifying glass getting fried. You know, I guess that's the one kind of thing is most other stadiums, you know, you have that upper deck all the way around. You have the rooftop layering it to keep some of that out. That hasn't been built yet out here, so. Cam
Landy. Yeah, I think when, you know, few more improvements here as well, and a bit more seating. Like you'll find, I mean, obviously it's a baseball stadium, but you know, the Perth, outside of a couple of the Venue West stadiums, there's not a lot of you know, like those sort of 5,000 to 6,000 for concerts or something like that, and can become a cool little stadium.
Yeah, Venues West does certainly have a few. They have different things from what was the old Challenge Stadium, which is HBF Stadium now, and HBF Arena up in the northern suburbs, and obviously HBF Park just on the east side, East Perth.
So Landy gets set to go against Noel, kicks and delivers, and at one time missing Noel. So runners on first and second, Pilcher's on first, McDonald's on second.
One kind of thing that's, you know, it would have been interesting if McDonald hadn't been on. I would have been interested to see if Pilcher would take advantage of his speed, but obviously hindered by the base runner in front of him.
Off-speed pitch from Noel.
But also with a left-hander on the mound, how big of a lead he would have had. Tamara's sitting relatively close to the bag. You know, one of the things that I always like too is doing a backdoor pick, and if Pilcher does get another step or two further, if Tamara broke to that bag and had a timing play to back pick.
It's all brought to you by Diamond Fitness. You can just see down in the seats the little Diamond Fitness posse sitting down there. Of course, Johnny Ogilvie will join us later in the broadcast as Landy draws a walk and the bases are loaded. How does this, from a point of view, Guy, I mean, it's not a, even though we've built this as a championship game. I mean, does this, in your mind, does this change? All of a sudden, are you managing outside of probably up to this point? They've being sort of more of an exhibition style. They've been trying to get guys innings reps, etc. I mean, is this a game that, from you, managers have got to change potentially the mindset and go, we're going to play this game as if we want to win it, kind of, so.
I think the interesting part on that one is because I know you said you did it as like a spring training, a regular season, and a championship game, but the one kind of thing is even though you might not have been able to parlay your pitchers exactly the way you wanted, you've been able to go into this game knowing we want our best pitchers in this game. It's a little bit different because if you've been in tournament baseball, a lot of times the championship game is not necessarily the championship game. That championship game might be that semifinal or that preliminary final match because you might have those two best teams, and we've seen it happen to everyone before. And it's happened at WA a few times that you might have to throw that best guy in that preliminary final because you have to get there. If you don't get there,
yeah, exactly.
What did you hold him in the bag for? What you can't keep him in reserve because. If you don't get there, it didn't matter.
Yeah, you've seen that many times in a Game 6 situation. Your best arms out there, even though you're trying just to get into Game 7. But
correct. So in terms of this one, we've set it up so you're able to see.
That one's banged down from Gooch. That one's going to get to Cook, who's going to throw across to Olympus. George and get the out, but at the same time, the run's going to come home to score. So they trade the out for the run. So McDonald come home and scored. You see Cook, the only play he had really was at second base. Jacob Santich up now. So Pilcher moves to third. Gooch on first. Of course, the runner's out at second. 2 down. Bulls get the opening run. Open their account. Jacob Santich working with a 1-1 count. Left-handed Noel stares at first. He's fouled off. One, 2 count, 2 down. What can Noel do here? Delivers. One's at the shoes of Santich, and almost Gooch so casually went back to first, and just Williams in the background there. Lud Tamara for the Biscuits. Gooch for the Bulls. Noel delivers, runner goes in Gooch. No throw to second, so Gooch steals second. Fowl again with the full count and misses a pitch and walks Santich. And, you know, this will be the interesting part, Guy, in this game, because we saw in the last game just the teams, kind of both teams, but it was more, obviously one team more than the other in the last game, but just putting away teams with that 2 out. Because we're just seeing these sort of 2 out hits happen, 2 out walk hit happen.
Yeah, game previous, I think 11 of the 12 runs were scored with
2 out, yep.
2 outs. So that's certainly got to be some kind of a record there.
This is Carlos Salas now. Salas hits that one up, should end the inning, as Tamara is going to talk with George, who calls it off. Second baseman takes the catch comfortably. Well, the Bulls get a run. We'll head down to Grady Wolf and back after Grady.
Dogs. Coach, what have you seen over the past 2 weeks?
The boys have put in a fantastic effort. It's been hot, trying conditions, but they have put in maximum effort every day that we've asked, and I think they've developed their skills along their way.
Any rising stars that you've seen?
Oh, there's a lot of stars in the group between the 16s and the 18s. There's some fabulous talent. We'll have to see where they go in the next couple of years.
How have you joined the past 2 weeks as a coach?
Oh, as a coach, it's fantastic. I get to coach with all my good friends that I played against. I get to coach with Andy Kyle. Diamond Fitness have been great. So, yeah, we've had a fabulous time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well done. Well done.
Mackenzie jumping in for Grady there. So great job by Mackenzie getting the interview there. And, of course, all the coaches and support staff and everyone in between done a great job here at the Race Showcase. So appreciate Mackenzie there and keep the interviews flowing. Of course, much anticipated mullet off as well coming up. So plenty to happen here on the broadcast. Friday Night Lights. Everything seems right in the world when it's Friday Night Lights here at Empire Ballpark. It is Flynn McGann is going to take the mound for the Bulls. They'll look like this defensively. Horsley in right, Pilcher in center, Gooch in left, Salas at third. Landy will play short, Moyle will play second, McDonald over on first, Santich behind the plate. There's Pilcher there. And Flynn McGann.
One Pilcher maybe just making the cutoff for a mullet.
He wins best mustache.
Definitely wins best mustache. I think that one is...
That one's there. That one's in play. There's Flynn McGann, who's getting his work in, ready to go.
Flynn will not be making the mullet competition. But you're better for it, Flynn. You're better for it.
There we go. That's a real good one.
Braden Moyle there.
That's Braden Moyle, yeah. He is strong contender, Braden Moyle.
Jackson Limpis might have one. Obviously, he shows up better with the hat than it does the helmet, but
Limpis will be the opening biscuit to watch Flynn McGann, and McGann throws his first pitch, and that one is sent foul. 80 mile an hour from Flynn McGann. I love that the camera crew are really locked on to mullet cam as well.
you know, sometimes it's kiss cam, sometimes it's, at least we're sticking to the.
Yep.
Right now we're sticking to the ball players. Hopefully we don't take it in the stands. There might be some real contenders there too. So who knows?
Yeah, looking down, there's a couple of dirty mullets in front of us.
I don't know if our cameraman has one.
Center field cameraman.
But he's taking in the game. Good breaking ball there from Flynn McGann. Nice 12-6 curveball. Again, if you're just tuning in or learning about baseball, the 12-6 obviously follows that face of the clock.
Limpis, 3-1 count on Flynn McGann, is getting on the same page as his catcher, Jacob Santich. McGann throws, and that one is banged down the third base line. Playable for Salas, and just
Salas is going to manage to kick that one all
Kick
the
in
way
front of
back
him.
to home plate.
But good. I mean, I suppose, you know, the advantage there for Salas is he was, yeah, like he would have preferred to obviously cleanly glove that one, but he stayed with the ball, stayed on it, which meant that,
Well, again, he keeps it in front of him. It's one of those that it was going to be a tough play in order to throw out Jackson, so everything had to be clean and one field, one step, one throw. But the best part about that one is you want to keep your body in front of the ball. So when he did miss his glove, managed to tail into his body, kick it.
Yep.
If that ball gets to the outfield, Limpus is turning for 2.
throws back good for McGann.
One kind of downside is the catcher's kind of taught, run up the line to protect the overthrow. So he wasn't actually there when Salas had kicked it back to home plate. So good fastball down at the knees. Good look there at Jackson. You can just see those flowing locks hanging low. Gone with an extra pause, just trying to make sure and check to see if Jackson was inching off and looking to take extra bases. Runner not going on the pitch, and now with that 0-2, Davies was able to battle it off. We'll see how they're going to approach it. Talking like they might have a pitch out, expecting Limpus to be going. Maybe even with looking at the hit and run.
So Dave Limpus, well, certainly keeping him honest at first.
It did take the Biscuits 8 innings before they managed to get the first run in the series. Obviously went scoreless in that first game, going down 4-0. Then did break through and broke through in a big way.
Runner finally goes in Limpus. Throw to second is not going to be in time. Good jump by Limpus. Gets the bag.
Moyle tried to sell the Javi Baez tag, but I definitely think Limpus was in before the throw.
Hear the cheers for BJ Cook. I talked about the posse from Diamond Fitness earlier, sitting down in front of the dugout of the Biscuits.
I think he's got the Diamond Fitness posse, and it looks like a couple of his teammates from Swan Districts are down there as well. So
you've got all the Diamond coaches down there. You got Johnny Ogilvy, Corbin Rowe, Lee Godfrey, Dean White's down there.
I think I see Maddox Stivey, Aiden McGuire.
So love a big knock here, BJ, in front of his fans. What can he do? Limpus still causing McGann trouble on the base path.
That's one of those other things. We haven't seen McGann throw over yet, but he definitely is keeping that on his mind and not necessarily attacking the hitter.
He's going to get a third, and Salas put the tag on.
Again, the throw was a little bit, Salas broke to the wide side of the bag to avoid the runner, allowing Limpus to sneak into the bag. See if we can get that on a replay just after this pitch.
BJ Cook booms one down the left field, gets himself an RBI. Anyways, coming home easily to score is Limpus. BJ Cook
But that's,
picks himself up an RBI.
It goes down as a bigger play than it should be, because with that hit doesn't necessarily score that run unless Limpus is on third, because right there, it's not single, 2 outs. Yeah. It's just a single, and it would be runners first and third had Limpus not stolen third base. So it ends up being a big play and able to tie the game.
Luden tomorrow, of course. BJ Cook, if you were to, I guess, rank the pipeline at the moment in WA, is arguably the #1 prospect.
Yeah, he's probably been one of the top, top prospect for the last couple of years from that standpoint. I mean, certainly, 5-tool player can hit for power.
Thought about going as well, but
Has
changed
great
his mind.
range in the field. Obviously, does play shortstop. Has good range both ways, to the left and to the right, and strong arm. I believe
There he
he's
is.
touched. I know he's in the 90s. I can't remember if he touched triple digits at one point or not.
He's sort of recovering from an injury as well, isn't he? And so he's sort of back throwing now. Flynn McGahn, though. That's 83 for Flynn. Luden to Tamara. It's a 1-1 ball game here. Tamara, hard hit ball. Salas drops a catch.
Salas just having a few more in-game jitters here. I mean, he's had 2 balls hit hard right at him. Obviously, just trouble fielding both of them.
Well, they call it the hot corner for a reason, Gee.
It is, and he's lucky it's not an hour ago when you couldn't even see that he would have completely whiffed to that ball an hour ago.
Here's Kerr now. So they got plenty. We talked, look, I'm just looking at BJ. There's BJ Cook on camera now, but we talked, between games about, like guys on field and like looking, always having intent while they're playing. And you even watch BJ now, and he's broken into steal third and will steal it easily. But he's got that intent the whole time. Like when he's on the field, he's locked in, he's engaged the whole time. He's looking for opportunities, and he never drops that. One thing I will say about him, you just never see him drop that intensity down.
No, BJ's a very smart player. He's learned from a lot of the coaches that he's had the privilege of working under. But one of the things that I was taking there is I don't think Jacob Santich is changing his signals. So I think BJ there was able to actually steal the signals and know what pitch was coming. Now, sometimes we sit there and we say, you do that and you relay it to hitters, but I actually think he used that one to his advantage because he broke on the breaking pitch, which gave him a great jump and didn't even allow Santich the opportunity to throw down. Obviously, Jeff Kerr goes down on that breaking ball there. Good 12-6 curveball.
Finlay Duncan now, but you're spot on, Guy, because from our vantage point, it was absolutely perfect to see. But as soon as McGahn got in the windup, he was gone. He knew what pitch was happening, and he beat. I mean, there was zero chance. He was at third base before, almost as the ball got in Santich's glove.
Yeah. And so those are some of the small things that, again, we talk about as you start getting older. A lot of times teams will change up signs when you have runners on second base. Just, maybe we give extra signs, maybe we do some things. You can have a good look there of Jacob giving the signs to McGahn. And that's another one of those things that, you're in here for a 2-week clinic, so you're not with your regular teammates, you're not doing some things. But it's a way to take advantage. And as you said, if you're a keyed-in ball player, you know what you're looking for. You can take advantage of some of those mistakes.
Cook's on third, Tamara's on first. Big swing by Finlay Duncan. Beautiful baseball sunset to our right across the western direction, which would make sense being on the west coast. But first base side, beautiful golden glow. McGahn throws. Duncan strikes out. So big time strikeout. The Biscuits leave a couple stranded. We're through, one complete. It is a 1-1 ball game here at Empire Ballpark. Back down to Grady.
Jai Hewitt from the River Dogs post-match, and he's won the MVP for the match, and he's also won the Silver Slugger Award for the whole time here at Empire Ballpark. That's a pretty big award to win times 2. So how are you feeling about that?
Oh, it's a privilege to be playing with a bunch of good boys. We went out there, did what we had to do to win, and just good to come away with a win.
Why do you think you got MVP today?
Oh, it's my pitching. I dominated most of the people over there. Just went out there throwing strikes, and yeah.
And what have you learned over the last 2 weeks that have obviously got you the MVP today?
Oh, all the good coaches here, they always teach me. I remember from last year it was the same. I just learned a lot from not just one thing of the game, more like pitching and infielding and stuff, so it was good, yeah, a lot.
And how important is it to have these kind of showcases in Perth?
No, it's good. It's it's kind of shit that we're not allowed to go away, but this is a little bit more better, I would say, if not a worse. But it's good. I love it.
Absolutely. And thanks for joining us today. And before you go anywhere, apparently you have the best mullet over the last 2 weeks. So turn around and show us your mullet. Oh, there you go. That is a dirty mullet. Thanks so much for joining us.
That is a strong contender. Thank you, Grady. Thank you, Jai Hewitt. Of course, we'll crown the best mullet in the fifth inning. It's almost like fashions on the field now with Hewitt flashing his mullet out there. Horsley's at bat. Tyson Knoll will continue his fine work. Duncan's in right. Limpus in centre. Vandergraaf's in left. That one's fouled off. Shepherd's at third. Cook's at shortstop. George is at second. Timara's at first. Davies behind the plate. But well, the interviews just keep getting better and better.
I don't think Jai has ever been lost for words, and certainly maybe he said a few that he can't say on air, but
I said it anyway.
that is Jai. He's never one to shy away from speaking his mind. So congratulations on the awards, young man, and certainly deserving. And I guess
going to mention down goes Horsley.
Apparently got Grady's vote, so he's made a finalist list for the best mullet of the comp.
See there, big pitch from Tyson Knoll. Beat Horsley. So now bring up Newham. Ben Bird also, he didn't really get a bit too straight, his mullet, but Newham hits that one high, but it's very playable in centre. Limpus makes the catch. 2 down. Braden Moyle back. Tyson Knoll. First pitch to Braden Moyle is dealt with by Moyle.
Fouled away there over that first base dugout. Too, and I'm a little bit fascinated by the Resposado. You can see it working its different things there. So just as we watch from that center field camera once again, you can see it goes green. That is going to start filming for him, and then about just as the ball passes over it, it goes blue. I guess that's the ball tracking portion of it for where it's landing in the strike zone. And
great shot of the Rapsoda there.
Again, this is the pitching 2.01.
Got it. Tyson Knoll got Moyle and gets himself out of the inning. Heading to the home half of the second. It remains 1-1 between Bulls and Biscuits. Centre back down to Grady Wolf.
Taj Egan from the River Dogs won the Golden Glove Award today. Now, what does it take to win that award?
Definitely a lot of hard work throughout 2 weeks. Definitely paid off to win the award.
Absolutely, and it kind of tops off a great 2 weeks out here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. A good reward for all the hard work, for sure.
Are you going to be sad that it's over?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a lot of fun. Met a lot of new people. It's been good.
What have you taken away from these 2 weeks to take into your baseball game out of here?
Definitely a lot of knowledge. A lot of new things that I learnt from the coaches, other players. Take that into club ball, into
And where can we see you going in the future?
Hopefully at college, as far as I can take it, to be honest.
Absolutely. Well, we can't wait to see how big your career gets. Well done today.
Thank you.
There's Taz Egan, and there's there's us to the left, the Raimondos at the ballpark. Mackenzie and Michaela. They're doing a phenomenal job on PA. I must say, in music, they're doing an excellent job. So hats off to them next door. And yeah, Raimondo's at the ballpark, who should be at the ballpark on the 29th.
Gonna have that Perth Heat Old Timers game, and
yes,
followed by a home run derby. Wonder how short that fence will be. I mean, Paul, you might.
Don't know. It's Tim Kennelly versus you and I could go out. The broadcasters battle. We could have the.
I'd have to bring it into the wiffle ball fence line or something, but.
Battle of the broadcasters. And, so I know they've been advertising the Luke Hughes and Tim Kennelly showdown. I think there's a bunch of pairs. They'll kick off on the 29th on the Saturday, 3 o'clock to 5. They're doing a lot of machine pitch and junior stuff. Then they'll do the old timers game. Then they'll do the home run derby. Then there'll be the Heat versus the future Heat. Flynn McGann. There'll be a couple of people from this game, I'm assuming, playing for the future Heat. Cody Vandergraaf is at bat against McGann. McGann pitches. Vandergraaf just watches that one clip inside.
Starting to see that both pitchers settle in. They both had a little bit of rocky first inning, kind of finding their rhythm getting into the game.
Got him.
Now they're both starting to find their strides.
Vandergraaf strikes him out. Sorry, McGann strikes out Vandergraaf.
And some of that may be, again, where you're at and who you're facing in terms of players in the orders. Now, all of these guys, we've said are two pretty evenly matched teams, and I certainly am glad we were able to do it in the Rays showcase fashion, because it'd be pretty tough to pick just one team from these guys. They've been pretty special.
Yeah. And that'll be interesting next year. The plan or the hope or the plan is sort of they'll play this showcase in earlier in the season if it fits. And out of this showcase, then the team will get picked. So,
but I mean, even we talked about with some of those other coaches, which team you would want to take, which team, those kind of things, and if it was something that you were able to have them for the next 3 or 4 years, well, maybe I would want this one or back and forth. But even if you were trying to select this one to go over east or to to face the New South Wales, Victoria, and the South Australians, Queenslanders, etc., it'd be a tough pick to narrow the two down to an 18-20 man roster.
Absolutely. 3 on count for Sam Shepherd. Shepherd will earn himself a walk.
I mean, and from that standpoint too, I'm throwing 18 to 20. That may even be too high. I mean, I forget what they travel in terms of taking it over, and that's why a lot of times you want guys that are a couple of two-way that you can play in the field or pitch, but in some cases you do take guys that are just pitchers, and that was part of we saw Matthew Stanton yesterday. I think he ended up throwing about 66 pitches, so we won't be seeing him on the mound today. But you have to have guys that eat some of those innings and do some of those things, especially when you're playing in, if you go into that National Youth Tournament, you probably get 7 games in the 4 or 5 days.
Yep.
just in watching pregame warmups and everything, Santich is showing off his strong arm, but he's been overthrowing a little bit. He's had 2 opportunities to throw out runners tonight. Missed on Limpus there in the first inning, and just missed on Sam Shepard stealing that base. And Santich is very good, has a quick pop time, has a good release, but just been overthrowing it and forcing his fielders to jump up to keep that ball in the infield.
Dawson George. 2-1 count for Dawson. He's ready to play night baseball.
He putting the eye black on, he was ready to play day baseball too, but always kind of laugh because I think the eye black started to become big or fashionable about the time I was in high school, and you started to see guys wear it. Now you see, the major leaguers wear it, and then I think it started to trickle into the NFL. It's become a little bit more face paint, more so than.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does Dawson George draws a walk? I mean, do you think it does anything?
It's designed that it's I guess because it's black, it's supposed to attract and you don't get the glare. So it's supposed to eliminate that. Whether or not it is truly effective, I think most of it turned into, kind of a rallying cry, or almost like a war paint type deal. And I think that probably the one that made it the most famous at the time was Tim Tebow, and he started to put the scripture notices on it, those kinds of things, the 316, and so it's it's been used in multiple facets. Whether or not it's truly effective, but half of it comes down to it's a mind belief, and it helps. If you believe it.
It's the old war paint a little bit as well, isn't it? The stripes are on, and
there's somebody happy to be out there and put war paint on any point in time. Rod Drew. We got to speak to Rod Drew on first night.
Yeah.
He's out there rallying the troops, trying to get them in position and make sure they get out of the inning without any damage.
Here comes Flynn. McGann throws.
So 2 years ago they were impressed with him coming on the stage with the hard fastball, but I'm probably really more impressed with his curveball. It's really great, over the top, 12-6 action. One of the other things, his fastball, everything comes from that same release point, so it's a little bit harder for hitters to pick everything up right away on whether it's going to be that fastball or the changeup. Mechanically, very sound, and one of the things that makes him a very effective pitcher, because he's not giving any telltale signs away for what he's throwing. Good look there of Sam Shepard, just peering around towards the outfield, make sure he notices where his outfielders are placed, and so based on a ball being put into play, whether he's breaking or going to have to freeze.
Draws a walk. Josh Davies. Limpus on first, George on second, Shepard on third. Ball bounces in, Santich stops it. Bottom of the second here. Biscuits Bulls locked at 1. 1 down, there's Flynn McGann. Double play ball gets him out of it. Count goes 3-0. McGowan kicks again to Davies, throws Salas, heads up play, gets the runner at home, and that's all they'll get. But good heads up play by Salas, cuts that.
Another important part of that one there is infielders were playing in to cut down that run, didn't want to have a big inning. And I actually think that helped Salas a little bit more because he playing that shallow, that ball is right on top of him again, and you know, he didn't have to go get that in between one or go after it, or you know, he's not contending against the sun anymore, and he's able to put those two previous plays past him and make a very important play for his team to get out.
Here's BJ Cook again. Himself an RBI last time. Got an opportunity to, at best, pick up 4 here. With loaded bases. Pitch from McGowan to Cook. Watch that one bounce into Sandage.
You know, and I don't think this one's going through McGowan's head, but I don't think you'll see him give BJ a hittable pitch. I think he'll very much work the corners, work those outer edges of the zone because, you know, in some ways, I know you don't want to give up a run, but a lot better to give up the 1 than the 4.
.30 here. McGowan gets the call for home plate umpire.
Again, just still sticking right onto that outside edge of the zone. You know, you're hoping that you can either get BJ to chase or you get him to just close enough that you catch a piece of the zone.
He does chase there. He goes high, and Salas is playable. He'll be called off by Landy, who will make the catch. And we are through 2 complete here at Empire Ballpark. Mackenzie, we're going to send it down to Mackenzie. Take it away.
I'm with Ben Nesbitt, who's just won the MVP for the past 3 games. Ben, what does it take to win this award?
Just hard work from everyone, and all the 18s helped me out, give me tips throughout the week.
You've just played 2 weeks of baseball. How has those 2 weeks helped you?
Oh, they've helped me a lot, just improving my game in every part, and yeah.
What have you enjoyed most about this experience?
Just getting to know people I didn't know, and the 18s giving me tips and that.
What can we see for your future coming up?
Just doing my all and doing my best, yeah.
Thank you. Is that okay?
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. We're getting set here for the top of the 3rd inning. Tyson Knoll back on the mound. Cooper McDonald in the box. Going to be joined here by Johnny Ogilvie, head strength and conditioning coach for the Perth Heat, all baseball WA, and, well, most of Diamond Fitness as well.
Fair bit of Diamond Fitness is around here today. Just down there above the third base dugout, there's Corbin Rowe, Dean White, Mac Maslin, former trainer, and also a few clients come down to support the boys.
Now, in terms of obviously they get to work out down here. You do have the general public that's at Diamond Fitness down at the ballpark, but you do have the staff down here, and then of course you have a few players playing in the game as well. So BJ Cook is one of your colleagues, I guess, I suppose?
Yeah, intern, casual, whatever you want to call him. He goes well, BJ. Who else we got out there? Owen Pilcher just joined us as a casual. Trying to think of his elf. Number of the other players also did their diploma of fitness, diploma of sports development with us. Owen Pilcher I just mentioned. A few of the other guys involved in the showcase. Daniel Choi. I'm trying to think. Jacob Santich. Trying to think who else is out there. Most of the guys you see out there do come through Diamond Fitness as part of the Futures program, which is set up last year to help the development from guys coming out of the state programs to pathway through to, this is the part we stress, it's not about them signing pro deals or signing for college, it's about developing players to play for the Perth Heat. And so graduates of the program include Maddox Stivey, Will Sheriff. Hopefully this year would have been, it's unfortunate the ABL didn't go ahead, as you would have seen a number of players pulling on the Perth Heat jersey that came out of the Futures program. Flynn McGann, for example. Who else? BJ Cook, definitely. Hopefully, along the way, ideally you'll get a starting 9 made up purely of players that have come through the Futures program.
We talk about that. Owen Pilcher now stepping into the plate here. Face Tyson Knoll. And those opportunities, not just for the guys and for Perth Heat. I think we've got the girls next door. I think Michaela is one of those that is also doing some things with Diamond Fitness as well.
Michaela, indeed. She's been doing some great work for us, part of the diploma and helping out with our after-school programs. Bella Walters been running around here helping out. She's part of the program as well. Tia Hope, another one down there. Yeah, there's been a few. It's been good. We stress that we're not purely baseball specific. Like, we don't stress as being sport specific in general, because if you want to do sport specific training, then you need to go and play your sport. So, for example, baseball, you need to practice your pitching, you need to field ground balls, hit BP, etc., etc. But we have, for example, cricketers. I deal a lot with swimmers. A few soccer players.
Big pitch there from Tyson Knoll on the breaking ball there. That will sit Owen Pilcher down. Just getting a replay look at that one. And again, two different styles that we've seen right here, and this is why we talk about you have to cater some of your strength and conditioning work, because Tyson there has an 11 to 5 curveball. Obviously has a left-hander, but a little bit different than the 12 to 6 curveball that we've seen from Flynn McGann.
Well, the way I look at it is all the same muscles are involved in pitching. It just is a different action. So if you start playing around with pitch mechanics the same way if you start playing around with swing mechanics, is when you start to get a bit too far out of your lane, so to say. So you take a general approach and you let the training, the sport-specific stuff take care of itself.
Cam Landy able to blast one up the middle, just out of the reach of diving Dawson George, and Limpus comes up firing to make sure to only hold the runner there at second. Donald not able to get too far away. And that's the big important thing on that one is there's a lot of different ways, different trains of thought. So, and then not only are you working with the elite athletes here, but you are open to the general public, and so the different things. Obviously, Diamond Fitness is a big sponsor of this event, but
proudly
a big sponsor, proud sponsor there from that standpoint. And BJ is going to double off Cooper McDonald. Line drive hung up in the air, and while he froze on it, BJ was breaking to the ball, which brought him right to the bag, and that will end that half inning really quick.
One thing I have noticed between the game last night and the game now is just the difference in body types, which is, I put it down, obviously there's all the gym work, but you also put it down to maturity. Like, some guys develop quicker than others, or sooner than others. So, for example, you might get a kid that's 14 years old who looks like he's 17, as opposed to, I hate to call him out, but Braden Horsley out there, young boy, very strong, very good in the gym, but looks not as physically developed as some of the kids running around in the 16. So, and that's one thing you stress to parents is, just because a kid is small at 13 doesn't mean they'll be small at 17 the same way. Just because you're massive at 12 doesn't mean you'll be massive at 18. So, for example, myself, I stopped growing when I was 12. So I grew up thinking I was going to be 6'4", and then I capped out at 5'11 and a half.
As a coach, those are some of the small things that we say too. As these little league charter teams or different teams are picked. A lot of times it's picked because that 12-year-old is the one that hit that growth spurt first, and They are the bigger, faster, stronger one at that moment in time, but if they stick with it, and that's the great thing about baseball, you stick with it, those fundamentals, when you hit your growth spurt, you get into the gym, you sometimes surpass those guys because you're a little bit more fundamentally sound, and then once you've hit your stride, you're into it, and you make a better ball player. One of the prime examples of that one is one of the coaches right now, Warwick Soppold. I know Dean has always told the story of Warwick is that, he was not the best shape, not the best anything. As a 17, 18-year-old, he was kind of on the fringe making some of these teams. He was doing the things, but certainly wasn't necessarily on the radar for college or scouts. And then just kind of one day woke up, decided he was going to commit himself to it, turn it around, and I think he ended up getting picked up as what you would call a mature age draft pick, 23, 24, and Warwick ended up making the major leagues with the Tigers. Played over in Korea for a couple of years, and has been around to most all of the places.
It's just never giving up on that dream and consistently working towards it. And there is examples in every sport all over the world as to guys that just kept trying, kept plugging away, and eventually reached the pinnacle. So an example over the recent few weeks, Scott Boland, bowling for the Australian team, 32 years old, playing shield cricket all those years and then finally getting his chance and seizing it with both hands. But going back to what you were saying with the charter league teams and kids maturing at different ages, is one thing we stress at Diamond Fitness is we're not fussed if you're hitting lead off for the Perth Heat, or if you're a 13-year-old just coming in to get baseball or coming in to get better. We treat you the same. The process is the same. Depends on your goals, what you're after, but we'll screen you, we'll assign a program accordingly, and try and help you get there.
Luden Tamara able to lead off the bottom half of the third inning with a single there into right field. Now up Jeff Kerr.
So Luden's a prime example. So, very well developed young man, very strong in the gym, obviously hits a good ball. You go over to the third base, Carlos Salas, they're playing in the same age group. But power to weight, Carlos is stronger than Luden. Like, Luden has the numbers overall in terms of trap bar deadlift and bench press, but Carlos power to weight is stronger than him. And so you can't work off numbers alone. Obviously, talent and skill comes into it, but there's also a lot of physical capabilities that go into it.
Oh, for certain. And that's what makes some of those things. And that's when you talk about, had the term in my head, and packing the power punch and those kinds of things. Carlos is probably the bigger bite of the dog in some ways, but.
And he works really hard, and he's there almost every day doing all the assigned sessions. He does work very hard, and that's something you can't teach, is that work ethic.
And that certainly is one of those things that, as you say, in some ways you're born with it or not. And those that put in that extra work, that do those things, they're generally the ones that lead by example and continue to climb that rung up the ladder. They're generally the ones that are first ones there, last ones to leave, and everything in between.
Well, it's the old saying, like, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. But when talent works hard, they'll hopefully go all the way.
I think you talk to a lot of these guys, that's the hope. Kerr will watch that one in the dirt. We'll draw the base on balls on that full count. So runners will move over to first and second. Nobody out. We've seen a little bit of, you've been able to watch a couple of these games. Obviously, you were talking last night, you were in here for the under-16s game at night, so you weren't necessarily there for the 18s game, but we've had a pretty evenly matchup. Obviously, the scoreboards reflect the same. Both got away with one run in that first inning. Both pitchers ran into some trouble, but worked out of jams in the second. Flynn here in the third will be pulled with runners on that first and second with nobody out, but that's been one of those kinds of good things. We've been talking about it all night, how evenly matched up these are, and Tyson Knoll was able to kind of work out of the jam that he got into. Flynn not going to be given the opportunity. It is going to be turned over to
it's Cruz, isn't it?
Cruz Brendan.
And one thing I'll point out about Cruz now that he's up there is he was injured a couple of weeks ago. I think he rolled his ankle playing baseball or doing some such. He got in touch with me, and that's one thing we stress is communication. I say to the guys every week on a Monday after they played their games, if you're hurt, let me know straight away. Like, I'm not a fan of kids trying to play around injuries or play with injuries, because if you're not at 100%, you shouldn't be on the field, especially when you're at a development level. So Cruz got in touch with me. He told me he couldn't do certain exercises, and we found a way for things that he could do to keep strengthening those muscles, is because the body doesn't know if it's doing a deadlift or a hip thrust or a squat, etc., etc. All it knows is that the muscles are firing. They need to perform in certain patterns, and your brain tells them to produce force, and they go ahead and do it. And so he worked through that time. We found exercise for him to do. A couple of weeks later, here he is pitching in the showcase.
Well, and that's probably one of those other things that's important to tell you, and not necessarily go out and do too much. And, you know, knowing that you want to be here to put your best foot forward. You're given an opportunity for, whether it be scouts or coaches or other people to tune in, and this is one of those things where they get to see you if they're scouting you for, you know, a prospect as a college person, or you know, there are a couple of scouts next door in terms of major league guys that are associated with teams, and for these players, they never know who's watching, they never know who's tuning in, and
I guess it's all about education, just helping players get to where they want to. But one thing they got to realise is once they're out there, they don't have me in the gym telling them what to do, or, you know, coaches in the dugout telling them what to do. Once they're on there, they need to know for themselves how to react in certain situations. So it's about giving them all the experience, all the education they need to help them perform in situations.
you know, that message sounds like it's kind of being delivered. Cruz will step back and step towards second base, keeping Tamara closer to the bag. But I think we even had Rod Drew in on the first night. And, you know, again, you're not necessarily going to do those coaching moments in the game. You do those in the last, 12, 13 days that guys have been out here, and then hope that you're going to, when faced with some of the repetitions that you faced, or faced with some of the opportunities, you revert back to, okay, this is what happened, this is what I'm doing, or, obviously learning from mistakes if you didn't do it right time before or night before. Maybe getting it right in the moment and in the last game.
And I find that something baseball offers is the chance to keep performing those skills over and over again, and you can't dwell on previous situations, because if you think about what happened in the past, then if you made a mistake, then, oh no, I made the mistake on this exact same play, 30 seconds ago. If you think about that, then chances are you're going to do the same thing. So it's about being able to think about what you did wrong, how you need to correct it, and then when the chance comes again, self-correcting and executing the play, especially in a sport like baseball where errors are so costly.
And one of the things we've been able to see, obviously one of the players you were talking about, as Finley Duncan fouls that one off to even the count 2-2. We saw Carlos Salas, who was playing third. First two balls hit to him. The first one he kicked off of his leg, kicked back to home plate. The second one had another opportunity to go off his glove and get away from him. But then the third one, he's able to put those two behind him, able to make the clean play, able to fire it down to third, and has fielded the last two hit his way as well. So it's one of those big things. If you make mistakes, they're going to happen. You're human. But being able to minimize them, not let it snowball, not let it become one, become two, and give those extra bases. Finley fouls the 2-2 pitch off. Cruz kicks, delivers. Swing and a miss on the high fastball outside. So Finley Duncan will take a seat.
So Cody Van der Graaf up at the plate now. So he's another one of our Diamond Fitness athletes who isn't part of the Futures program. He just came down, said he'd like to join up to work towards baseball and footy, I believe. And so there's an example of the kids training in the gym amongst these athletes, these Futures athletes and these Perth athletes. And one thing I stress to the Futures when I talk to them at the start of the season is, they're a kid. You guys have been selected in this position, but don't understand it's not a privilege. You need to work to stay here, because in the gym we are literally training kids to try and replace you. And I don't say that to be vindictive or try and scare them. Just so you know, look guys, you need to work here. You've worked to get here. Now you need to earn the right to stay here. So Cody's one who's out there. Campbell Froud's another Diamond member who's out there. there are a number of kids in the 16s who are also same situation, just members who are training, trying to get better, try to hopefully make that future squad and go into the Perth Heat or college or what have you. But it's just the point I'm trying to stress is that it doesn't matter who you are, what level of baseball or sport you're playing, come to Diamond Fitness and we'll try and help you.
Cruz Brennan lighting up the scoreboard at 82. Come on with bases or runners first and second. Nobody out. Trying to work his way out of the jam. He's gotten the 2 outs. Vandergraaf did just pop up to shallow right field. Shepard going to get a hold of that one. I think that is going to be tracked down by Sam Gooch. And he'll make that catch in left field, and that will be the end of the third. Cruz Brennan able to work out of trouble. Saves, can officially close the book and save Flynn McGaughan and keep his team tied in the game at 1. That's it for the end of 3, 1-1 apiece. We'll be back after this short break.
I'm here with Riley Hall from the Hot Rods. Riley, you won the pitching award today. What does that take to win?
Just takes, trying to hit the zone, throw on strikes, and get the ball in play.
You've been here for the past 2 weeks. How has these past 2 weeks been for you?
It's been good, learned a lot, improved heaps.
Any special moments that you've had over the past 3 games?
Probably first 2 innings of my outing today. Threw pretty well, didn't let any.
Nice. Thank you.
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. We're ready for the 4th inning. Tyson Knoll still on the mound as he gets set to deliver the first pitch. Fastball in the outside corner. We're still here with Johnny Ogilvie in the 4th inning. We've been talking strength and conditioning, Diamond Fitness. Again, big thank you to all the partners that have been involved in putting on the Rays Showcase. Obviously, the affiliation with the Tampa Bay Rays, but Diamond Fitness, SKG, Australian Institute of Fitness. I don't think I've missed anybody.
I hope not.
Hope not.
You'll be in trouble then.
If not, we'll tell Dean to quickly run up and make sure we get a big thank you and a shout out to all of those that have been a big part of putting this on for the last 2 weeks. I guess the one I have missed out is Ramondo's, who has fed the players and staff for that time. So
that's a big job.
Be the one that I've missed. I think City of Gosnell's obviously home to the ballpark. I think they've been involved in helping put everything on. They're a big fan of bringing some of these events, especially to the city, and a big part of baseball year in and year out here in Western Australia. I'd be remiss to miss another one. Fielder's Choice, local equipment dealer, does service all of Australia. So obviously this is baseball. If you have any baseball needs, make sure and reach out to the guys at Fielder's Choice. One of them is down coaching first base right now. Jess Williams, obviously a former minor league ball player, but this time while he's been stuck back here in the country, he's been making sure he gets everyone into the equipment that they need at Fielder's Choice. I think I've seen a few of the Fielder's Choice crew running around. Ben Drew has been down here. Ben Drew, obviously a former state team player for WA, product of the Braves Baseball Club. Tyson Knoll has dropped down to a 1-2 count with the for 1 out. Carlos Salas will watch that breaking ball in the outside corner. One of the big things we can just see on the bottom of the screen, garment exchange. Big shout out to Mike. Been able to produce all of the uniforms that we've seen For the Charleston River Dogs, the Montgomery Biscuits, Durham Bulls, I'm missing one, the Bowling Green Hot Rods. Big thank you out to all the under 16s, 18s players getting those uniforms, as well as the WA cap that is associated with state team players.
It's interesting you mentioned Jess Williams just then and Braden, who will hopefully beat this out. Nope, no luck. And Carlos Salas, who was up the plate before him, is talking about these players. They're not massive, is the first thing you notice when you're looking at them. Like, they're short, not a huge amount of muscle on them. But seeing Jesse getting extra base hits and running like the wind is one thing you need to stress to, more often than not, you need to stress to parents is by, you don't need to be massive to be strong. You don't need to be bodybuilder big to be able to produce a huge amount of force. Obviously, sometimes it helps, but players sometimes have developed their skills in their game off being mobile, explosive, athletic, keyword being athletic. So by doing one thing I'll say now is you won't end up like a bodybuilder doing weights. If that's your goal, if that's what you're after, then and you train accordingly and eat accordingly and do everything you have to do, all the little 1%ers, then you may possibly end up looking like a bodybuilder. But if you train and develop your body and eat right and do all those things without the focus of hypertrophy, of putting on a huge amount of muscle, then dare I say you won't. You'll develop strength to be able to let you to throw hard and hit hard and do all those things, but you won't lose your mobility, you won't lose those flexibility, those things that have helped you get to where you are.
All right, Johnny, I'm going to turn things back over to Paul for this bottom of the fourth inning. He'll ask you a few more questions, and we'll be glad to have you on the broadcast. So turn it over to Paul. I think we're going to have a pitching change once again for the Bulls. Nope, it is going to be Cruz Brennan back on the mound. Just trying to double check everything that was going on, but Paul will step back into the broadcast and we'll be back in a short break.
One of the concourse. Back here at Empire Ballpark, Paul Morgan, Johnny Ogilvie.
G'day, Paul.
G'day, Johnny. The Diamond Fitness local weather. I think it's currently about 22 degrees, but it's pretty good too. Dawson George at bat. Be Cruz Brendan, as Guy said, continuing his fine work. The first pitch without missing, and little diamond crew here, Johnny. I saw down there.
It is. It's good. So Dean White, Corbin Road trainers, and Dean the owner, of course. Former trainer in Mac Anslin, and a few clients have come down. So yes. I will stress that Grady Wolf comes into Diamond Fitness. She is one of our favourites down there. A few others. Chloe, I can't pronounce it. I think Papa Sergio.
Papa Sergio is correct.
Amanda Anderson. Shout out to Amanda's makeup company, whose names escape me. But now it's been good. And obviously BJ Cook and Owen Pilcher running out on the diamond.
That's one's up the chute, and coming in is McDonald to make the catch. Yes, I was down. Didn't see them in them, but I'm not sure if they're all still there. I think the girls have departed us. Dean and Corbin are still there. Lee Godfrey, how could I forget her? Yep, I was just talking to Dean. And yes, I think it's one of those things when you're new to baseball, isn't it, Johnny? It's kind of, it doesn't have a clock, so you don't kind of not looking at it like it's the Wildcats or something, but you... I think it was a bit of, how long's this going for? But well, it was a case of when I started working in baseball, I thought, well, I better understand this game and realise what's going on. Can't say I've been involved in too many games that have gone too long. I think the longest one, in terms of innings-wise, was a game here a couple of years ago. It was a regular season game against the Blue Sox, which went to 12, even with the runners on base at the start of the inning. It still went to 12. We ended up losing. But I think it was a game, my first year as executive officer for the Heat. We were in Melbourne. Rain delay, I think there was 2 rain delays, and I think across the game there was about 10 walks each team. So I think we got back to where we were staying at 2 a.m. Having gotten there at about 1. The first pitch of the first game being at 4, so that was a long day. Yeah, I remember there, I don't know if you were on that one, it was Brendan throws again and Olympus watches that inside. There was that one, I think, road trip to maybe Canberra. They got stuck in Melbourne or something, and then I can't remember. Then everyone was sleeping in the hotel lobby for a few hours. But,
I definitely got stuck. Well, we didn't get stuck in Melbourne coming back from Canberra. We got delayed out of Canberra.
Balls hit hard, and looks like that man Owen Pilcher's running in hard. Pilcher just drops it in the end. Good heads-up running from Limpus.
We got delayed out of Canberra, and then we got delayed again in Melbourne. But the most notable trip in terms of travelling that I've been involved in was the one where we came back from Adelaide in 2019, 2020.
Was that the one the plane lost?
Yeah, so I was sitting next to Dylan Ummonsworth at the time. Sharky, shout out if you're listening. We were flying along maybe about 35, 40 minutes out of Perth, and we start descending, and then we start really descending. And Sharky and I looked at each other and said, "Did your ears just pop?" I said, "Yeah, it did." And next thing you know, stewardess comes over and said, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are, however long outside of Perth," and the captain cut her off and said, "This is an emergency descent. This is an emergency descent," and the mast dropped down. So yeah, it was. We obviously made it back safely, but that was to date. To the date, the only mid-air incident I've been involved in, and hopefully it will be the last.
Josh Davies at bat, Limpus at second. I remember that. I think that was the first year the Heat had their affiliation with the Tampa Bay Rays as well.
Second. I'm trying to think who was with it. Jordan Cusar was with us, Nico Holtsizer, Kaleo.
That's going to get away. Limpus will scurry down to third base. Good heads-up running again by Limpus.
It was also the first trip I went on that season because I was just filling in as EO because I don't think JK could make it at the time, or D Southport. And yeah, great first trip. I think we got walked off.
Yeah.
Every game we lost, we got walked off. So 3 walk-offs and mid-air incident. So great flight, great trip for me.
Good memories as Davies will work a 1-0 count. Limpus has gone to third base. Still locked in a 1-1 tussle here between the Bulls and the Biscuits. Talked about Pilcher, who recorded the best time. I think it's 6.6 over the 60 yards. I think it's measured.
That's rapid. That's very quick.
Hard hit ball is going to bounce in front of the left fielder, score a run in the end. Bounces in front of Gooch, and Limpus comes home to score. So all of a sudden the Biscuits jump out to that 2-1 lead.
One thing that's interesting about the 60 times is, so at the testing for the futures, we do 2 speed tests. We do a 20-metre sprint, and then we do a 60-yard sprint. 60-yard, very American, very traditional baseball. Everyone that ran a sub-7 60-yard ran a sub-3-second 20-metre sprint. So BJ Cook, another example of someone who, sub-3 and sub-7. So for anyone out there listening who wants to get your 60-yard down, first get your 20-yard down. Sorry, your 20-metre down.
What is 60 yards in metres about?
54.81 metres, I think. Either 8.1 or 8.7, 8 something.
Here is Diamond Fitness's own BJ Cook at bat. 0-1 count on BJ. Got himself an RBI early in the game. Snap throw back to first by Cruz Brendan.
If he makes any errors in this game, we'll let him know about it.
Of course, he's off to college soon, BJ, and Danny Vaughan, I believe, is junior in the broadcast. He's off to Dallas. He's going to be in the Dallas area, BJ Cook. The college name escapes me, but I will find it.
A number of them are off, aren't they? Maddox Stivey, Tyson Knoll, Flynn McGann, Caleb Goodwin.
He's off to Weatherford College in Texas to be part of those Weatherford Coyotes. As that's a hard hit ball by BJ. That's going to be trouble for Pilcher. It's going to get over Pilcher's head. BJ's got himself a stand-up double. Throw coming to third to Salas is going to get away. Big-time knock from BJ Cook. So BJ gets himself beautiful struck ball by BJ Cook. Gets over Pilcher's head, as you see. And to go back and just get another run. Sorry, it advances Davies to third. So Davies goes to third. Cook goes to second. There you go. 54.86 metres.
I was close.
You're
close.
very confident, though, so...
No, I wasn't. I knew it was 54.8 something. That's why I said 8.7 or 8.1, but...
Say it with conviction.
The loudest voice.
Luden Tamara now.
I will say the attitude towards strength and conditioning in baseball is one of the better ones I've seen in certain sports because I guess especially now because being a power hitter or throwing upwards of 90, 100 miles an hour is just so crucial. You can't do that if you don't train in the gym compared to other sports. So in my personal opinion, AFL is not great. Basketball is surprisingly good. Rugby obviously is very good. Swimming surprisingly good. Again, just such a power-based sport. But baseball has gotten a lot better. Footy's a weird one considering how much they train and play, and there actually is a huge amount of contact in footy. I don't think I need to stress that to anyone who's a keen AFL watcher. But my experience with footy programs is it's a very hesitant approach towards the gym.
Is that because, as Tamara takes a strike, is it because, I mean, I suppose there's such, it's just such an odd game from a physical standpoint because, you got guys who are running, 10 plus kilometres in the game, and there's kind of, it's just an odd mix of movement, cardio, like they're not necessarily, you talk about rugby, which, good luck getting hit a few times by some of those big boys, and, it doesn't matter how fit you are, you're going to be blowing hard, but I suppose there's not as much sideways movement, and ovals obviously smaller, etc., is it?
I think it comes back to what I was talking about with Guy a minute ago is the misconception that by doing weights and you automatically put on muscle mass and you will lose your speed and your power and your mobility, which of course you won't. I guess it's just such a pure cardio sport. No, not a pure cardio sport. It's just there is a huge aerobic requirement in the sport. They think all they need to do is run. Okay, you can run until cows come home. It won't strengthen your calves, hamstrings, glutes, adductors.
Brendan throws. Tamara watches it inside, takes a walk, loads the bases. And is it potentially as well, I mean, and you would know this far better than I would, but AFL is obviously a one-country sport. So, I mean, there's only people in Australia doing strength and conditioning for AFL. Well, if you're doing, you would have the ability, whether we're doing it or not, is, you could bring someone in Arizona or someone in Tampa or Toronto or somewhere like that. And then you talk rugby. I mean, you've got so many more countries playing it. And, you've got New Zealand and England and Wales and all these guys that can kind of go, maybe they're coming over. Maybe a guy who's with Bath or something in rugby is coming over to the Western Force and they take it. So probably there's a lot more globalisational knowledge in those sports for something like AFL.
Well, one thing you'll find in AFL is a lot of the high performance managers at AFL clubs aren't necessarily Australian. So until recently, the HP guy at Port Adelaide, a man by the name of Ian McEwen, was Irish. So he came through Gaelic football. But I understand what you're saying in terms of there not being that global outreach where there is in baseball or rugby or cricket. But it is a bit of a rarity finding non-Australian coaches working in AFL, but there are a few. So, as last I mentioned, I'm not too sure where he is now. He resigned recently. But there are definitely a few. Because that comes back to what I was talking about yesterday, is it's not AFL specific, it's performance. It's physical preparation.
Salas gets it at third. The throw in home is not going to be in time. Oh, it is going to be in time. Out of the plate, good stuff from Salas. Made the bubble, recovered in time, got the out. Have a look at the replay there. Thought he got under the tag, but it's a good shot from our camera crew and got him. Alex Hall. Talk about someone who's been in the gym. Alex Hall, I remember a few years ago when he started, he was a skinny kind of young kid. Now I saw him in the coach's room actually just before. I was like, boy, he's jacked now.
He's worked very hard, young Alex.
And how's that? I mean, that must translate. I actually haven't, obviously with no heat season, I haven't seen him play that often. But I mean, the speed he's throwing from home to second now, all that additional muscle and power that he seems to have must be.
Well, he's built up that arm strength through throwing, but all the strength and conditioning work he's done has not only, well, it's firstly allowed him to develop power for that throwing, but it's also allowed him to deal with the necessary volume to develop that arm throwing, because I'm sure when he started he could only throw, I'll use an arbitrary term, he could only throw 50 balls across the plate at a certain miles an hour, and that looked like it hurt.
Yep, came off the shoe.
As he's gotten stronger and more capable, he can throw harder and for longer, and that's one thing that'll lead into something I wanted to talk about. Is I stress to the guys that they need to keep training in season, because if you are doing a certain amount of work to develop your athletic ability and your residual strength, and then suddenly that drops off, you might be right at the start of the season, but as the season progresses, you get more fatigued, wear and tear comes in. Eventually, you'll be required to perform an action that requires a certain amount of force that you were able to do at the start of the season, but now you can't. So, Darren Burgess, who is now the HP director at at Adelaide Football Club. He was at Melbourne when they won the flag. He's also worked at Port Adelaide, Liverpool and Arsenal. He mentioned that maintaining fitness in a season won't win you a flag, but losing it will lose you one. So it's all about maintaining all those residual strength, that residual fitness, to make sure you stay in shape so you can produce all that force and do what you can do all throughout the season.
Absolutely. Well, Finlay wore one on the ankle and he struck out. And Johnny, we always love you having in the booth. We'll let you get back to the Diamond crew down there. Big thank you, and keep up all the good work you're doing with all the kids out here, because it's clearly showing. There's plenty of strong and fast kids out there. So
thanks, guys. And if there's anyone that wants to talk strength and conditioning or anything about Diamond Fitness, I'll be down here for the rest of the night. And find us on Facebook, Instagram, or find us somewhere.
Find us somewhere. Johnny Ogilvy, appreciate your time. Quick time out from us. Back shortly. Welcome back. Empire Ballpark. Guy Belair's back in the booth. Newham's in the box. Tyson Knoll continues his fine work. He's got himself a lead now, Tyson Knoll. Top of the fifth now. And always gives the pitcher a little pep in their step, Guy, when they all of a sudden can get their name in the newspaper with the W next to it.
Everybody always cheers up about that one. Everyone always definitely cheers up about that one, and I think that's the big difference. You're able to relax a little bit once you finally are pitching with a lead, not necessarily taking your foot off the pedal, but a little just weight off your shoulders, knowing not everything has to be the best pitch, the best whatever. So Tyson, as I said, slow to start, but has quickly found his rhythm, quickly found his zone, and has mowed the guys down for the last 3 innings.
Knoll kicks and delivers to Newham. They're actually in a pretty good spot here in many ways. If Knoll can get through this inning cleanly, with sort of whispers that BJ Cook will probably come and close the game out. So important inning for Knoll, but at the same time now for the Bulls, really time to put the pressure on. And Guy, it is as well, the 5th inning, so we have to make our decision.
Well, I mean, if we were throwing our top 5 in right now, I think we'll go 2 16-year-olds, we'll go 3 18-year-olds. I think for 16-year-old, we know we have Grady's
We have Jai Hewitt, and we have also, it has to be Macklin-Berry.
Macklin-Berry. Now, I think if our 3 finalists for the 18-year-olds, I think we've got...
has to be Moyle.
I was going to say Moyle is definitely one. I think the girls next door, did they say Finley yesterday?
They did. There's a good shot of the mullet there. Which might get back to that mullet because that was a good one.
That was.
Yeah, there's Macklin.
There's Macklin.
So yeah, we've got more information next, so we need to open the window, Guy, and then get the final votes in. There we are there.
Yeah, so we've got Jai Hewitt and Macklin-Berry.
Tyson Knoll, he's probably not at the level of consideration at the moment for the mullet championship.
Okay.
Knoll kicks and delivers. There we go. There's a real good mullet out there in left field for Van der Graaf. The other one is Finlay Duncan in right field. We're going to have a look at in a minute. He's about to catch the ball, actually. Is he? Is he? Yes, he is. He's going to catch the ball, which gives us the opportunity to look at his mullet as well. So that is a good one. That is a good one. So
I think the girls next door through Finlay
Duncan. There it is there. That's
leading favorite.
Finlay Duncan. So your finalists, Finlay Duncan.
So we've got Jai Hewitt from the 16s. We've got Macklin-Berry.
Macklin-Berry. There we got that one there, and Finlay Duncan.
Finlay Duncan.
You've got Cody Van der Graaf. I think we'll get an honourable mention.
Moyle over at second base. And do we have one? Do we have one more from? I guess Moyle is on the Bulls, so we have some equal representation amongst the teams. Not trying to leave any teams out, you know. We got to ever be the equal opportunist.
Absolutely. I do like that Tyson Knoll is. I mean, he wants that award next year. You can just tell he's got the baby mullet growing. So, the inaugural winner will be announced after the break, as that one is been. Got him. Great throw from Davies. Got Newham. George got the tag.
Newham had a good jump, but Tyson brought the heat on that one. Davies, quick pop time, quick release. Just see him, just got rid of it. Did pull him a little bit off, and Cook got the Javi Baez tag. Let me, almost a no look, but let me, quick turn. Yep, I got him.
Got him on the calf. So BJ Cook having himself a good game. McDonald up to bat now. Biscuits lead at 2-1. Knoll.
What a pitch. I'm actually surprised he didn't get that one. That curveball, he was a deer in the headlights on that one. He did everything, buckled him at his knees. I'm pretty sure that broke into the strike zone. I think even the home plate umpire was
I think
a little bit confused on that one.
I think he got a rough call. I think he...
I think Tyson's trying to laugh and shake that one off because he knows he didn't get that pitch for strike 3.
Tyson Knoll, of course, off to college as well.
I believe I was. I don't remember which one Tyson had committed to. I remember it starts with a C. I don't want to say the wrong one.
It's a walk in the end.
A little bit unfortunate. He could have had him down 0-3 and ended up throwing consecutive balls to walk the runner onto first.
Cochise, is it college?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was Cochise sounds right.
Cochise College, yes.
It was
Cochise College.
Indian, and by Indian I mean Native American Indian.
Yeah, not sure where the college is though.
I don't remember if that one is, I want to say it's California. I could be wrong on that.
It's in Sierra Vista, Arizona.
Well, that was at least a neighboring state.
So he'll be, Tyson Knoll would maybe want to come out on the mound again next week when it's going to be consecutive 40 degrees to get used to pitching down there in Arizona in summer.
Well, you know, Arizona, you do have the hot days, but all of a sudden, because it is desert, it'll probably end up being like this in the evening. So,
yeah, so this is the perfect. Could you find a better training ground for Arizona than Empire Ballpark?
Not today, anyway. Good shot there of Lubadomi and Jess Williams.
Pilcher at bat. That's going to land fair, so that's going to be trouble.
No, it's not.
No, great effort, Finlay Duncan.
Tracking that one down.
He had a lot of closing speed on that Finlay Duncan because that was tailing away from him, and I thought that was going to be, I thought that was going to drop in, but great closing speed. As you can see there, Finlay kept his eye on it, great closing speed, and got it. And well, there he is. Maybe he's going to be crowned the mullet champion. Will he not? We'll find out after this break. We're heading to the home half of the fifth. It's the Biscuits 2 leading the Bulls 1. Back after this.
Carlos Ellis from the Bulls joins me now. Carlos, are you excited for tonight's final game?
Yes, I am.
And what have you learnt over the last 2 weeks to take into tonight's game?
Don't worry about results. Just kind of play what you can do.
And what were you happy about your performance last night?
Just making contact, not really caring where the ball goes.
Now, you go to Diamond Fitness like a lot of us do here. What's your favourite thing about Diamond?
Just the program we get and just getting stronger.
And the people?
And the people. Yeah, the trainers are good.
We're a pretty good family out there, aren't we? So I'm excited to watch you out there tonight, and good luck. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. And really the moment you've been waiting for all 3 days, Guy. We've got a special judge in, our roving reporter.
Roaming reporter Mackenzie. She's had the privilege of interviewing the players in between games today. We've got our 5 finalists, Mackenzie. We've got...
Wait for this pitch from Van de Graaff. It is 2-1. Mackenzie joining us in the booth. Of course, you would have seen Mackenzie's fine work, as mentioned, between Mackenzie and Grady. Been interviewing the players in between. And, doing a sensational job. Mackenzie in the next door, which will... That's great hard hit ball from Van de Graaff. It's not Van de Graaff, actually. It's not Van de Graaff.
Yeah, it is.
It is Van de Graaff.
All right, so Mackenzie, we're gonna.
Well, before we get to that, we'll ask Mackenzie though. Your experience as well, because we've seen everything happen on field. You've also had the opportunity to sort of learn, I guess, a bit of the behind-the-scenes stuff. I mean, how have you felt for the showcases this week? You got the opportunity to do some interviews on camera, these kind of things. I mean, what's that experience been like for you?
It's been a bit of pressure, you know, having to interview the boys, but it's been a lot of fun and definitely a learning experience that, you know, will help me later on.
Absolutely. The more experiencing it, the more flying hours, and now we'll get to...
We found out that Michaela got roped into it because of her brother.
Yeah.
How did you get roped into it?
My brother plays in the under-16s.
And your brother is?
Campbell Frown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So he was here for 2 weeks, so I joined on as well.
So have you been here most of the 2 weeks? Or?
Yeah, for most of the 2 weeks.
Now, do you play yourself?
No, I played for 6 weeks and then kind of called it quits.
Fair enough. Now, what do you do Do you do sports outside of this?
Yeah, I do quite a
What
bit.
is your passion?
Swimming and netball and volleyball.
Fantastic. And we've definitely been able to speak to Johnny. And obviously, are you a part of Diamond Fitness then as well?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So again, not just for baseball, they do get into all the sports.
There's actually a lot of, when I'm there, there's actually way more volleyball players than there is anything else. I mean, volleyball is probably, I would think, almost the most represented sport at Diamond Fitness in many ways. But Sam Shepherd, Cruz Brendan continues to throw, so then we'll get to the mullet competition in one moment. But
while we were waiting, I wanna throw the 5 names out at her. So I think we've got our 5 finalists. We're gonna let her think about it during this half inning so she can announce it at the end. But I think our 5 finalists. First one's going to be Jai Hewitt. That was Grady Wolf's pick. So Jai Hewitt makes the finalists.
Hard hit ball is going to go to Landy, who's going to stand on the bag, get one throw across the diamond in time. Bang, bang, double play. Now we better get our skates.
We got to better speed it up a little bit. We went 2 outs quick like that. Second finalist is going to be last night's pitcher, Macklin Berry. Fine hairdo that one is. Third finalist will be the man playing second base right now, Braden Moyle. Let's see if we can get a quick photo of him after. Well, he was in that photo, but we'll see if we can find him at second base right now.
Cruz Brendan will continue. Dawson George at bat. Big hard hitting ball from Dawson George. Should lay fair. It does. Gooch will slip over it in left, which will allow George to get to second.
So unbeknownst right there, Braden Moyle making a finalist, number 11. So that's number 3. Number 4 is going to be the right fielder that made the 2 plays last inning, Finlay Duncan, I believe. And then our final finalist, Jackson Stivey. So I want you to stew on those. I want you to think about it. You're having to make the winning pick.
And we'll announce that on the 3rd out. So there's 2 outs at the moment. There's a bit of a delay here. So tell us why we got the break, Mackenzie, though. So, I mean, you're now, career-wise, are you looking to work in sport or media or anything in between?
No, actually, I just started applying for the Army.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
How good.
So it's exciting.
Now, what is leading you down that path?
I want to be a police officer, but unfortunately, Mum and Dad won't let me without a little life experience.
Fair enough.
So going to the Army instead for a couple of years.
That one will allow...
Now, are you looking at any of the armed forces or specifically the Army?
The Army specifically.
Dundroon, are you off to Canberra for the Army or are you doing it locally?
Over East, yeah.
I think the base that you first go to is just out there in Canberra. It'll be a bit chilly in the winter for you, so but very I think you'll get plenty of life experience in the military.
Definitely.
Olympus will face Cruz Brendan. That will be foul off. And when are you hoping to head east?
At the end of year 12, so next year.
Brilliant. Brendan, Olympus, of course, you would know better than most, Guy, in terms of, certainly in the States, military and baseball have a great relationship. That one's hit to Landy, throws across in time, which means we have our 3rd out of the inning, which also means, Mackenzie, you have to reveal the inaugural Ray Showcase 2022.
Before you make this decision, I want you to understand this is the most prestigious award in the Rays Showcase. I don't care the Silver Slugger, the Gold Glove, the MVP.
And hopefully one of the winners is running out the field, so that would just make great television.
All right, your chance. Who's it going to be?
Well, I think from next door we've got Finlay Duncan as our top. We've had him for
There is Finlay
while.
Duncan. That is Finlay Duncan on the screen.
All right,
There
that one
it
is
is,
coming
folks.
from our pick from Mackenzie and Michaela next door running the PA.
There is your 2022 inaugural dirtiest or greatest mullet at the Ray Showcase. So forget what happens in Finlay Duncan's career now. This He has climbed Mount Everest.
Finlay, I hope you have a big smile on your face right now because you are taking home the most prestigious award of the 2022 Race Showcase.
The Mullet Award goes to Finlay Duncan. Thank you so much for joining us, Mackenzie. We'll take a very quick time out and be back in a moment.
Thank you.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. Top of the 6th inning here. The Biscuits have a 1-run lead over the Bulls. We have a pitching change. Aiden Branch coming out to pitch. If you just tuned in, we've spent a lot of time talking about mullets in the last 3 days. And Finlay Duncan in right field has won it. Thank you again to Mackenzie. Wish Mackenzie all the best in heading off to next year.
I think that's been one of the most
Cam Landy will lead things off.
You know, we've gotten to speak to
Cam Landy's first offering will pop up to Luden Tamara, who'll make the catch, and 1 down.
a wide range of kids, not just the ball players.
Yep.
We've gotten to meet some of the behind-the-scenes staff that have been out helping over the 2-week period, and we met Michaela last night, Mackenzie this evening, and obviously they've been doing some hard work over in the booth next door, being the PA, doing the music, doing a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. Both of them kind of roped in because they're brothers.
Yep.
Michaela's brother is on the 18s team playing right now, and Mackenzie's was on the 16s team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't stress enough what an incredible job Michaela and Mackenzie have done next door. I mean, I've sat through a lot of professional PAs around the world, actually, who,
haven't done as well as
these guys have done. So
we pulled them both onto the broadcast unbeknownst to them, and they've both handled themselves well. And it's been refreshing, as you said. I know you've enjoyed the interview segments during the last 3 days because they've been pretty genuine. And I think tonight we've culminated with the last round of interviews and probably had the best ones
bang
so far.
to BJ Cook, who'll take a couple of steps and throw. Boy, he looks a ball player, BJ Cook. I know I've said it a bit, but I reckon that's a name you can put in your... I remember, it's been interesting, and like a couple of times. I remember Dan Vaughan and I were calling a game Heat versus the Melbourne Aces, and Lewis Thorpe was pitching for the Melbourne Aces, and he might have been about this age, probably a bit younger at the time. And you just looked at him and go, boy, this kid's going to go okay. And then, of course, now he's a pitcher for the Minnesota Twins, and BJ Cook gives me that same vibe in terms of you look at him and go, yeah, there's a lot to do, there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to develop. You kind of look at him and go, yeah, I reckon you might go all right. So
it's certainly one of those. I think the one thing that you're saying is they make routine stuff just look easy.
Yep.
They make the hard stuff look routine. And
Santich sends that one up, and BJ will have another opportunity to make a catch, which he does, and that ends the Bulls, and we'll head back down. Talking about great people we've had on air this week, we'll head back down to Grady Wolf.
Sam Gooch joins me now from the Bulls. Sam, ahead of this game, are you excited or are you pretty sad that the whole 2 weeks is wrapping up?
It's exciting, but it has been a wonderful 2 weeks, and I've loved spending every minute with these boys on the team. But it's been overall really good. So yeah.
What's been the big highlight for you?
Probably the games. I'd say just the competition of the games, and the good arms that we get to see, and many people with good bats. So overall, it's just really good competition.
How have the games felt? Are they pretty tight competition, or are they running away with it?
Yeah, we've had pretty good competitions. I mean, every game has been, within a reasonable range, so score. But yeah, it's been pretty close every game. So yeah.
And what's one thing you take into tonight's game?
Positivity. We're just going to go in there with a good attitude, and we're going to come out with a win. So it should be good.
Best attitude to have. Good luck, and we can't wait to see you out there.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. Heading to the home half of the sixth, bottom of the sixth here. The Biscuits with the bats in hand now. Lead the Bulls 2-1, and you were impressed, Guy, with the moonshot then?
We had the moonshot. Great camera work here by our show screens production crew, trying to rival that James Webb Space Telescope, the new space telescope that's supposed to rival the Hubble telescope, and show screens production trying to rival that.
This is the point of the broadcast. I know your knowledge on this is so shallow that I could ask a follow-up question, but I won't. I'll move on. As Davies puts a charge of the first ball, it's going to go to centre field, and Pilch will take the catch.
Oh, you've little
First
faith.
out.
I was a scientist when I studied as a student athlete. All right, so that's how I know it. I'm across it. They've been building this one, and it's supposed to be bigger and better. It allows them to see even farther into space, so they can see the different galaxies and continue to research and study the vast greatness that is space.
Good. BJ Cook.
Yeah, test me.
BJ Cook is about to hit, and first pitch from Brendan's in for a strike.
BJ Cook liable to test the vastness of space too if he gets a hold of Cruz Brennan fastball.
That is very good, Guy. You've chimed in at the perfect time. You've used it beautifully.
That's why I said test me.
To be fair, it's probably the most vague answer that the telescope's going to look at and see how far it can see into the galaxies. Give us something good about it. Well, Cook goes again, bangs, it's
and actually just been built. So it's
where is it located?
It has been built by NASA, so it's currently over in Houston. It will be going up into space shortly.
Oh, so it's going into space.
Yeah, I believe this one is going into space, so it'll then be used and then studied, so it'll be able to see further than everything. So the Hubble telescope is kind of served its time. This is going to be the next generation one.
Brendan. One's a hard hit ball. It's going to hit Salas, but then it's also going to hit the umpire. So come off Salas's glove. He stopped it, but then it hit the umpire's leg.
And that's not a routine play. That's a great diving effort, and he's essentially saving extra bases. He got a break that it also caught the umpire too, and holding BJ to a single, because if that gets past him, that's for sure 2, potential 3, depending on how things rattle around or or happen down in that corner. So.
And one thing I will add to that with Carlos Salas is, you know, he's played the hot corner. It's been hot at times, but I mean, he has not given up on anything. And you know, there's a couple of things that a couple of small mistakes, but he's you know, like
he's never let it snowball. He's never let it get above him, and he's you know, he's never, as we said, they haven't taken advantage of those mistakes. You know, the ball that went off him, again, he used his body to block it, so it kept it from being extra bases. Another one that got away from him, again, hasn't been punished from it. This one, great diving stop, and in a 2-end ball game, he's potentially saved his team a potential run.
Well, this is it's in VJ Cook's got himself a stolen base. What I would say, though, is, you know, have a look at Luden Tamara watching that one high, and Santich got good vantage point, but
that was the best throw from Santich. You know, earlier in the game we talked about it. He was.
Ooh, and good job by Moyle as well, just to ensure that BJ didn't slide off that base.
I saw him throw that extra tag down. I wasn't quite sure that looking at the replay, but BJ was able to maintain the bag the whole time. But you know, Santich early in the game was throwing well. He has good arm strength, but letting it fly. That one he's made an adjustment, and that was the best opportunity to throw out a runner. I think if anyone else steals on that one, Santich just probably got him.
Luden Tamara goes, but it's also a little bit like. You know, like it's also, even for Santich, it's almost like, you know, it's a bit, it looks like we'll have a pitching change as well. A bit like the driving range theory, though, as well. You can go to the driving range, you can smack balls straight. You get to get on a fairway. It's essentially the same thing, but all of a sudden there's different parts of the environment around you, and it's just all of a sudden your balls are, well, mine are anyway, going left, right, and around. Great job, though, by Cruz Brendan. He gets it. Well-deserved round of applause as he exits stage right, and superb job from Cruz Brendan.
Seen a slight smile there from Cruz. Obviously, you know, a pitcher, you want to compete, you want to do those things, so he's a little bit frustrated to be pulled off in this manner, not able to finish the job, but he came on in a tough situation, runners first and second with nobody out. He's managed to battle through that one. He's kept his team in this game. The Biscuits did take the lead 2 innings back, but he's done a great job. It's what you asked for in terms of a relief pitcher. I think in terms of the competitor, like I said, he didn't walk off with that smile, but he's done a fantastic job. Well-deserved round of applause. And then our new pitcher coming in for the Bulls is going to be number 23.
Marsh.
Riley Marsh. Originally a South Perth boy, now over at Vic Park under the tutelage of Rod Drew.
And an unlucky not to get in the top 5.
Not to get top 5 into the mullet one. You know, he'll have to be around for another year or two.
I have to make sure if they're doing the social media, I have to make sure that Mackenzie gets a photo of Finlay.
Yep.
Get that up on the BWA Instagram and Facebook. Marsh. There's a new outfielder, but it's Rod Drew trotting out there at the moment. Riley Marsh will take a look at Riley Marsh in more detail. You can break down Riley Marsh for us.
Just watching that slow motion replay, Riley's always been a lanky kid. Is a little bit hard throwing. He's just starting to touch 80s, but always been flexible, nimble, and you see there as doesn't necessarily keep the straight back leg. It has a lot of bend in his legs, stretches out, but does end with that form that you want over that front foot. Really following through, knocking down the pitcher.
This is Jeff Kerr. was mentioned earlier that coming up on Saturday the 29th of January. This is on the Heat Facebook page. So Luden Tamara's on first. BJ Cook on second. Marsh throws to Kerr. Kerr bangs that one straight back sort of to Marsh. He does a bit of work. Good PFP for Marsh. Gets the out. Mentioned that Old Timers Day coming up, which is a whole day of fun for the Heat. It's Saturday the 29th, right here at Empire Ballpark. It starts at 3 o'clock. 3 to 5, you'll have machine pitch action and junior baseball. 5:15 is the Old Timers game. 6:30 is the home run derby. The I suppose the big draw card for that one at the moment is the Luke Hughes versus Tim Kennelly. And 7:30 is Perth Heat versus the Heat Futures.
Need to figure out how they can get two more hitters in there. We need to have more than just Kennelly and Hughes.
No, they've got six. They've got six. So they've only announced Hughes versus Kennelly as one of the rounds.
Okay,
they've
that's
got,
one of the rounds.
they've got
Right, fair enough.
Six brackets. So
Yep.
So it'll be. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think who would be over the years. I mean, I don't know if it's current. Well, I suppose Tim Kennelly is a current player, so Bajarski would have to give it. Ulrich would have to.
I was about to say Alex Hall probably.
Yeah, I was going to say Alex Hall versus Ulrich Bajarski would be a good round, potentially.
Depends. I mean, you almost want to see some of these guys continue in multiple rounds too. But keep that one in mind. Hall and Boyarski.
It's a hard hit ball from Finlay Duncan, and it's a great catch by Gooch. Good catch, Gooch. And we'll head down to Grady again as we are through. 6 complete. It is 2-1. Biscuits over the Bulls. Take it away, Grady.
Now I've grabbed Jackson Stivey from the Biscuits. Jackson, are you excited for tonight's final game?
Yeah, I am. Should pull our way with the win, you know.
And how do you feel about last night's performance?
Oh, amazing. Get the win, first win, yeah.
And have the games been pretty competitive so far? Like, have you been happy with how everyone's gone?
Yeah, close game, that's what we want. Good.
Absolutely. And the last 2 weeks have been out here at the Empire Ballpark. How have you felt about that, and like, what's something you've taken away?
Really good. I've been working on my pitching a lot. Come away, a lot better skills, you know.
Do you hope to play for the Heat one day?
Yeah, come back.
Absolutely a dream. Now, we can't wait to see you out there tonight. Thanks for joining me today. But before you go, turn around. He has a mullet. Who has the best mullet in the whole of the 2 weeks?
Oh, I have to go Jai Hewitt.
Jai, okay. So it's a consensus. Jai has the best mullet here. Thanks for joining me today and good luck tonight.
There is Jackson Stivey with Grady Wolf, and we're led to believe. Many years ago, you'll remember the party boy Corey Worthington, and he had an interview with the Today Show, and Corey Worthington refused to take off his glasses for the interview. And we're led to believe Jackson Stivey refused to take it.
It's the middle of night right now, and
it's 9:35 at night, and he's still got his sunnies
9:35 at night, and I wear my sunglasses at night.
Yeah, they'll cue up the old, I wear my sunglasses at night. So Jackson Stivey did the Corey Worthington. Refused to take the sunnies off for the interview.
Jackson's one of those genuine souls there. Had the pleasure to work with him. Obviously, the younger brother of Maddox Stivey, the son of Dave and Tennille, and you know, I think they're thrilled with Jackson, and glad that he's out enjoying his time during that week. And you know, obviously he was the 5th finalist, didn't make the cut. He put his vote behind Jai, and Jackson. Enjoy that hair while you can, because your father has none now. So,
Carlos Salas lead things off. So, top of the 7th. This is Branch continuing. So the Bulls trail 2-1, top of the 7th. So this could be all she wrote if they can't find a way to extend this ball game. Branch has got the opportunity to notch up the save. Almost.
Oh, it will be a save
will be
opportunity
saved,
from that one.
2 inning
Obviously,
save. And
anything under 3 runs.
I was just thinking, because does it shorten down? Do you get the win on a 7-inning game? I lost.
No, because Tyson Knoll took it through the 5th, so the 5th is the inning of record. So right now Tyson stands to get the W. If Aiden runs into any trouble, obviously the Biscuits do have BJ Cook out there, but
I'd like to see here Salas has drawn the leadoff walk. He has to be aggressive here. I reckon he's going to go early. So he's got speed, Salas. It's really important that he gets into scoring position.
Braden Horsley at the bat swings at that high fastball from Branch.
Oh, 2 count. So this will be interesting now because you think you really want to get Salas into scoring position, but
well, with the 0-2 one, you might have a little bit of a hit and run in play. They don't put him into motion yet, but the other part of that one is you are chasing that 1 run. Important to get him over to second, but you don't want to necessarily run yourself out of it. I think if you were seeing him go early, you would have given up. You know, if you were playing small ball, you would have given up in those first 2. In terms of putting down a bunt to try to get him over, you might have let him try to steal on one of those first 2 pitches, and then even get the bunt down to third to really put the pressure on the Biscuits. But you're right. At this point now, with the 1 ball 2 strikes.
So 2-2 count now. Good patient.
This might be a good running count now.
We'll see what happens here. 2-2. Salas on first. Nobody out. Branch kicks. Salas stays. That one's fouled off into the crowd.
I really think that at this rate, you're probably not going to see him run now because of the 2 strike count. Just because if he does put the ball in play, you don't want to strike him out, throw him out. You don't want the double play, really. So if he puts it on the ground, it keeps him out of it. But you don't want to.
There's a hard hit ball. That's going to get through the gap. Salas could turn for third. He's not. He's going to hold it second. Good bit of hitting there.
You talk about BJ being a ball player. BJ was set up. He was hoping to draw a throw to potentially get the lead runner, but he sold it in such a way that Salas actually couldn't round it to go first and third. He wasn't sure if that ball was going to be coming to him. Had it been kept on the infield, there's every possibility that there might have been a play, but that was a great job by BJ to really sell like the ball was coming to second base, and Salas had to stop on the back instead of being able to round it.
So that will do for Branch. So pitch is coming out of the pen right now. Good job from Branch. So real tight, tense part of the ball game here. Another honourable mention. Is Kane Newham. Okay.
Santich.
There's Austin Moyle on deck. Had a good night the first night. Take a look at this. This is Jacob Santich's home run. This was in yesterday's game. Jacob Santich.
Just over the head of Jackson Stivey. Early game yesterday. We've had 2 home runs hit in the series, both of them by the Bulls. And Moyle with the first one leading off on first pitch of Wednesday night.
Yep. That was the first pitch. There was the bottom of the first, and that one from Jacob Santich.
Moyle and Santich standing right there together.
It was Moyle's first ever. I believe that's
what he said.
First ever home run, or first,
if it wasn't, well, maybe first in this ballpark.
Yeah,
even
first
too.
in the ballpark. Yeah.
You know, obviously the state league players, but let's maybe even say first state league / senior home run. Obviously this is still the under 18s juniors, but
Goodwin.
We'll have to follow that up to see if he'd had a home run as in Little League or Junior League, etc.
Goodwin's your pitcher. Caleb Goodwin. That's number 25 and 25. So Kane Newham. Ooh, wild throw out there, but Salas will stay on second. Come to pick him off on second, but the throw was too hot for DJ.
Caleb, a hard-throwing right-hander playing for South Perth Baseball Club. I believe he is also signed to go play college ball in the States.
Throw. Salas is going to come home to score. The throw was wild to third. Salas comes, ties the ball game. And the Bulls extend this ball game. Real good bit of running from Salas. The throw, we'll have take another look at it, but got the, one of the Bulls up, the Bulls horns, and went to slide into third, but it was over Shepard's head.
A little bit of a tough play there. I know the Shepard, I think Davies put the throw on the bag, but Shepard had been breaking in for the bunt. Nobody was really standing on the bag.
So they tie the ball game. Newham. Goodwin, 0-2 count for Goodwin. And this is sort of, as we're taking this pitch from Goodwin. What's missing? This is the good part as well, Guy, about, like we've talked about this tournament style baseball as well, because, you know, all of a sudden the lights are on, there's a little bit of crowd going on, like those throws that they might make ordinarily, they're not, you know, making, but it's the great learning moments, right?
I mean, everything is a learning moment from those things, so as you take it away. Caleb lighting up the scoreboard there, hitting 89.
Big time strikeout. Strikes out Newham for first down, but they've got runners in scoring position in Horsley. So Braden Moyle was that man that in that first game hit a home run with the first pitch he saw. Moyle versus Goodwin. There's Goodwin, looks back at second. 90 miles an hour. It's hard as well at this age in some ways. You know, you strike the balance between power and finesse. You know, because you can throw hard, but it's just.
Oh, you know, I don't know that it's necessarily just this age group. I think he's going to get Moyle off balance and swinging on that one. You know, there's been a ton of guys that are hard throwers, and you know, I remember one in Major League is Kyle Farnsworth, and just always had potential. He could throw triple digits, but sometimes he felt like he couldn't hit the broad side of a barn. I literally, he was on about 3 Major League teams, and then his last team was the Yankees, and they went and got him glasses. So he'd been a Major Leaguer for roughly, you know, over 6-7 years, and they're the team that got him glasses, and he really refined and started to be able to hit the zone. And I think Caleb is one that is just filled with tons of potential. And, you know, you talk about guys, not everyone can throw that hard. But as you said, it's a matter of being able to hone it in. And a lot of it for him just becomes repetition and being able to have an understanding, knowing where the ball is going to go off you. And a little bit of it here, the bigger part of it is experimenting and, you know, playing with the seams and two-seamers and seeing how, you know, you can get it to cut, you can get it to really move on you. And, you know, you don't want to say that these are learning experiences, but they are.
In the end, sort of what happened is Moyle's going to end up on third base, courtesy of the wild throw, which was sort of like, he was walking to, as you saw, it was almost as if Horsley kind of thought there was someone on first, so he was slowly making his way to third, which there was the throw. Then kind of they were sort of seeing Horsley, who was trotting at a pace as if there was someone on first, so therefore forcing him to go to third, which I think that may have been the case. And then the throws come to third hot and got across, got over Shepherd, gone out to Vandergraaf, gone under Vandergraaf's glove. So he's come home to score, and Moyles found himself on third base. And now, that was almost the old camel play from the Parry Field days. So yeah, it was sort of, I kind of sat there going, I think he's real. I don't think he's realised there's no one on first base.
Yeah, I just heard the screams for 3-3-3, and I'm blocked off a little bit by the wall here, so I didn't get to see what happened with the ball going into left field, and I was kind of wondering why they were throwing it to third. You painted the picture well, and yeah, just unfortunate circumstances, and this is where you say, when you start to rush things, I mean, you probably just could have lobbed that ball over there and gotten the out. But sometimes you panic, you hear that in the moment, and the Biscuits letting it slide away.
And Bulls have scored a pair here in the top of the seventh. Of course, it was just the job for the Biscuits to do was get 3 outs and win the ball game. Now they're 3 outs away from losing the ball game.
Well, the big part of this one here is maybe chasing one pitch away from a double play. Looks like we're going to have a pitching change.
Not sure if having a pitching change or because I can't see anyone coming out, or he's just maybe going to change his glove or get something. He's coming back out, so I couldn't see anyone coming out, so I'm not sure if he just went into it.
You have to get rid of a chain? No, but that's still on.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he just had to get some spray or something, I don't know.
Of course, that's Will Sheriff out talking to him. Will's been in these spots himself. I had the pleasure of coaching Will through a lot of his junior ranks, and last year signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yep. And he was really good when he sort of broke into that heat lineup, Will Sheriff as well, and kind of was that unexpected sort of, he was kind of, for the heat, he was that sort of, they're looking for that next pitcher. I think he almost went for that day 4 starter most of the time, but really they caught lightning in a bottle, and as you said, ended up with a contract with the Diamondbacks. Now, Pilcher with 1 out has got an opportunity to bring Moyle home. Maybe even McDonald if it's the knock's good enough.
We'll see what kind of pressure the Bulls try to put on the Biscuits here. I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Yeah, and this has been where we've seen pass ball, wild pitches and things like that score runs. So
score runs with Moyle there on first. I think is McDonald. Sorry, McDonald's on first. Moyle's on third. I wouldn't be surprised to see McDonald take off for 2, and then maybe even look at Pilcher putting a bunt down with his speed. Seeing what they can do, because obviously if you can, the 1-run lead, if you can double that 1 to 2, it makes a big difference and really puts the pressure on the Biscuits. That's another interesting thing. A lot of times, some pitchers, everything Caleb is throwing right now is just bang, it's bullets. Everything's hard. Sometimes you try to lull them to sleep and let them take that 1 more step, so that you can get that hard throw to get them. If you show him that best move right away, then he kind of knows where his distance is.
Yep.
I was about to say a tough no call there, but a little bit of a delayed strike there. I'm sure would. I think Caleb's expecting McDonald to go too. He was pausing a little bit extra. Caleb working quickly.
Hard hit ball by Pilcher. That's a rocket out to center, but it should be playable for Limpers. Limpers will catch it, but Moyle will have plenty of time to tag up and score. And there you go, Guy. They've turned that one-run lead into a two.
Good play there by Pilcher, and it's, you know, you don't get credited with a stat here. It goes down as a sac fly, but it's a huge difference maker because now all of a sudden the Biscuits are chasing 2 runs, not just the one. So their work is cut out for them. Gives a little bit more breathing room for the Bulls here in the bottom half of that 7th inning. Cam Landy in the box. 2-0 count there from Goodwin. And he, of course, has been spectacular with the glove. Probably rivaling BJ right now with defensive assists and putouts.
Swing by Landy there.
Landy was, you know, gave the breathing room to the Bulls at the 6th inning in game 1, and BJ ended up having the big hits, and so both shortstops have come up big so far in the series.
Snap throw back to first, but Landy, McDonald at first, Duncan in right field, Limpus in center, Vandergraff in left, Shepherd at third. Cook at short, George at second, Tamara at first. Davies, there you go.
Good look there.
Goodwin.
Goodwin's leg kick gets out, gets that weight over that front foot. You see the flexibility of the arm action. A lot of torque there, and
runner goes, and that one skyrockets over Landy's and Davis's head.
that one was unfortunate not to hit the brick wall. It might have been able to rebound all the way to 2, and
it was interesting though, because you talk about that, but it was just sort of, as you got the early runner call, it almost looked like it looked like Goodwin heard runner as he was, you know, before the release point, kind of that sort of just messed with his release point.
And one of those things is sometimes when things aren't going your way, some little things like that get in your head that, you know, obviously you want to try to tune those out. You want to try not to hear the noise. But sometimes when you're, maybe if you're frustrated with yourself or frustrated with how it's gone, some of those little things do make differences. And like you said, it maybe just adjust it because you know, right now he's itching so much. He wants to make the play. He wants to get out.
Yeah.
Wants to be the guy. Just deep breath. Settle back in and make your pitch.
Yeah.
I think the big, you know, one of the big things that I've always told them that I would tell Will on the mound, because Will was a lot of times the same way. You know, he's so amped up, so ready, so hyped, but you've got to control the things you can control. The first thing that you have to control is you're throwing strikes. Good pitch.
Good pitch. Got him. Good win. Gets a strikeout on Gooch. And we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. We're first taking Grady Wolf will be back for the bottom of the 7th right after this.
Now, Ben Bird joins me from the Biscuits. Ben, are you excited for tonight's game?
Yep, culmination of 2 weeks and couldn't be more pumped.
Absolutely. And what's a highlight been of the 2 weeks spending every day with your mates?
It's exactly that. I've made so many good mates over this time and just wouldn't rather be anywhere else.
And what's the thing you've taken away from the 2 weeks?
Being mindful and staying in the present. You know, a lot of things can go wrong in baseball, but just stay in the moment and you'll do well.
What aspirations do you have for baseball?
Playing professionally would be the dream, so hopefully we'll get there one day.
And what can we expect from you tonight?
Maybe a team at bat off the bench, score some runs.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, and we're excited to see you out there. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. It all comes down to this. The Bulls 3 outs away from winning this ball game. The Biscuits 3 runs away from walking it off. Cody Vandergraaf will lead things off against Marsh. Big thanks to Grady Wolf as well for her great work. That is going to get over the top of McDonald's head. That is the best way to start if you're a Biscuit.
That's a big-time base hit and great work there by Cody Vandergraaf. As you said, they gave up the lead in the top half of the inning, giving up 3 runs to the Bulls. You want to come out, you want to start the message. You're not getting it all back in that one swing, but you got to have the base runners on. What better way to kind of get your team started than lining a hit over first base into right field?
Here is Sam Shepard. Feeling is due here, Sam Shepard.
Not only that, maybe even wanting to atone a little bit for a couple of those miscues.
Right. I believe it's going to be a 9-inning game. I think that's what Dean's just popped into the booth to say.
I think that's what I heard.
So if that's the case, they've got plenty of runway left. And we could have done a 7th inning stretch.
Oh my goodness.
We
You
missed
just
it
wanted
now.
to tune. Well, we would not miss it now, but you just wanted to set me up for that.
Oh, we have missed it. We're at the bottom of the 7th.
Oh, yep. Well, that's why he waited to pop his head in now.
There is no, you cannot know. One thing we have discovered, there's not the ability to buy peanuts or Cracker Jacks here.
Ramondo's even.
Throw to second.
Oh, safe.
Slightly bobbled.
Never had the bag in time. That's actually worth a quick replay. I know he was pulled off. I know he kicked back at the bag. Which Riley threw it into the ground, and he wanted to make sure he stopped it, didn't field it, and yep. Vandergraaf did get in time and did a good job of, obviously it was a late slide, but good job of maintaining. Presence on second base, so runners first and second, nobody out. You know, that's twice. I know you were talking to Johnny Ogilvie, Riley Marsh there. both times Landy has broken to the bag and the pitcher has continued on to the plate. That's it's one of those big things. You don't want your position players to be out of position. Better to step off than to have your shortstop on top of second base. Ryan Marsh that time. I think the other one was from Finley. No, it was from Cruz Brennan.
I'm assuming we did hear 9 innings, but then I sort of half think 10 o'clock game time's gone 2.5 hours. I think another two innings could take a while, but
I think they tried to. This age group actually normally does play the 9-inning game if they were playing that, and that, you know, I was talking to BJ's dad, and I don't think he's thrown in or he hasn't pitched in the 18 months. So if he was going to get an opportunity, sometimes they may try to extend these games to give guys a couple of opportunities and see what happens. Not just.
Well, means more baseball, which is never a bad thing.
Oh. I do think Vandergraaf got back in safely. I think Landy probably could have done a little bit better job of selling that if he was really going to try to get that out. Vandergraaf was stopped short because Landy blocked the bag from him without the ball, but didn't get the tag down in time.
And in foul territory, that is going to be catch made by McDonald.
That would have been an interesting call had they, obviously, they don't have use of the replay system like you do in college and professional ranks. I'm glad he was actually able to make the right call in the end, but that would have been an interesting one because potentially you did have Landy blocking the bag without the ball, which technically is not allowed.
Well, BJ Cook has got hot in the pen, so it will be extended because he's going to come out and pitch.
Big part will be can the Biscuits give him that opportunity.
One's high and in foul territory is McDonald. Makes the catch. Good backup by Marsh as well. That is 3 down.
Nope, that should only be the second out.
No, second out, sorry.
Yeah, I think we've had two outs, both back-to-back pop-ups to first base in foul territory. And Josh Davies coming to the plate. He's definitely probably looking for a way to atone for those overthrows at third that allowed the Bulls to take the lead. I know the competitor that he is. I first coached him in Little League, taking the teams over to Singapore. And you talk about another kid that loves to be a ball player. Josh brings it every day. Another one unfortunate to not make the mullet list, but he wears a helmet all the time, so you know, between the batting helmet and the catcher's helmet, you don't necessarily always get to see it. But that was zooming in on him was another good look. Zooming in on Riley, another honorable mention.
It's a hard hit ball. Good job there, and by Landy. Taps the bag, and that'll do it. So we are going 9 inning. So out come the Biscuits. Quick timeout from us. Back for the top of the 8th run after this. Welcome back to Empire Ballpark. You see the GJ44, of course, the great Greg Jelks, the Greg Jelks Foundation as well. Jason Hewitt, all the money raised goes into help some of these players as well. And the Greg Jelks Fund that does so much great work. And, you know, a lot of guys, obviously money goes towards uniforms, to food, to everything here as well. So Jason Hewitt and the team doing such a great job to honour the legacy of the great number 44, Greg Jelks.
Of course, we recently just passed the anniversary of Greg Jelks passing.
Yeah.
Not too long ago. I think it actually occurred when the coaching staff was over east and found out about it, and they were actually the only ones that had to go identify who Greg was at that point.
BJ Cook is your pitcher. Santich, who can hit that home run. We saw the package not long ago. Saw that home run, yeah, just maybe an inning or so ago for Jacob Santich. That home run he hit yesterday. You'll face BJ Cook, 93 mile an hour first pitch from BJ Cook.
I think that was the last time we actually had the National Youth Tournament, and
96.
WA is still the reigning. Yeah, BJ can. That's where I said I'm pretty sure he's touched triple digits before. WA is still the reigning title holders of the under-18s championship.
95 for BJ.
Due to it not having been played for the last 2 years.
44 on the glove. Oof. Going to a, because I mean it does pose, probably if there was an ABL season this year, probably BJ Cook would have played for the Heat, but then that, does it only make you ineligible for NCAA? Like how wide does the NCAA, as Santich draws a walk, how wide does that spread? Does that spread into JUCO colleges as well, as the ABL is considered a professional league?
Well, that was something that they did a couple of years back, because the bigger part of it is the eligibility component is he can't be paid to play.
Okay.
So I think that's where
that's all changed
what it was.
now.
We talked about with those development players. Essentially, they could be a part of playing on the teams, play in the league, but they, I guess, they were registered as not being paid in those instances. So Lockie and the Baseball Australia guys did a good job of looking into all the rules and how can we meet the qualifications so that we're not taking the eligibility away from these players. So for the last couple of years, I think they have tried to look at how can we give these players the opportunities to maximize their potential, maximize their opportunities to showcase their talents, their skills, but also leave those options available to them if they want to pursue the college pathway or whether they want to sign.
Salas, 1-2 count on him. BJ Cook kicks and delivers again. That's missing, 92 mile.
And I think that's where a lot of times it might have been, that's why they could play in Perth, but then they couldn't travel, so they weren't getting the extra benefits, so to speak. But you're right, now with the NIL, the game's changing for everything.
Which has always been a little crazy in a way. BJ Cook continue top of the 8th here, 3 full count on Salas. Swing and miss and down on strikes goes Salas. I mean, if you've ever been to some of those college towns, like, you know, Penn State's one that jumps to mind, which I used to drive through that town a bit, and it's just like, you know, it's insane that, you know, like it's kind of a crazy that, you know, they have a 110,000 seat stadium and all the players on the field ain't making a dime. So.
Well, I mean, you really throw it out there. I mean, look at the University of Texas and what they're doing. I mean, you have 100,000 plus stadium for football. They have a 10,000 plus stadium for baseball, and then their alumni fan base is. I think they had a group that is going to pay the offensive linemen. I think it's 50,000 a year or 60,000, something weird. But every offensive lineman and a tight end is going to get paid money. And you know, I was like, oh, those are the no-name guys. We're going to make sure they're paid. And you know, I think the football ones have been able to capitalize on it first. And
good pitch.
You know, one of the interesting ones that I read about was a quarterback out of the Dallas area that had signed with Ohio State. He got out of school early to take advantage of the NIL things and had $1 million contract with that name, image, likeness. But Texas had rules against it at the time, so he was able to go sign with Ohio State to sign that deal, and then has now transferred back to the University of Texas, been paid with that money for that first year with the NIL stuff.
Foul down the Horsley, fouls it off. Yeah, it's wild to, and then of course those Longhorns have a brand that you're walking down.
Great picture here of BJ, and just see how balanced he is, and then good stride over the top.
It's going to
go foul.
Tailing away Horsley. It was sort of, you heard the roars because it looked like it was going to stay and then tailed away. But yeah, University of Tech. I mean, you can walk through. You can go to Livingston Shopping Centre, which is the closest one here, and a good chance you're going to see someone with a Texas shirt on, just a Longhorn shirt on, and
not too far. I mean, obviously they're great global brands in terms of some things, but you know, you asked me yesterday if there's one shirt I couldn't put on. For me, it's the Texas A&M one. My father would vehemently argue with me, and he would happily wear an Aggie one and not wear a Longhorn one. So there's always those good things where family rivalry schools, you'll throw on one hat, not the other. And
Horsley draws a walk. Of course, University of Texas down in Austin. A&M is where?
College Station. So it's about a couple hours away from Austin. Sits about an hour and a half north of Houston. Between, you know, along I-45 on the route from Houston to Dallas. So
here's Newham. So the Biscuits just want to kind of ensure that they, like the last game, they've got a 2-run deficit at the moment. They just want to make sure the Bulls can't add on to that at the moment.
So, you know, both of the programs that I have had the pleasure of being involved with, we always kind of say of the flagship programs in the state, you like one, you tolerate the other, pretty much despise the third. And for the state of Texas, for me, that was Texas Tech, Texas, and Texas A&M. And for the state of Florida, it was the same thing. It was Florida State. You know, obviously I tolerate Miami, and I have no time for Florida, but
the Gators.
There are people at Florida that will say the same thing, and you know, for them, it's they'll tolerate Florida State and despise Miami, or.
I was almost going to go to the Gator on exchange. Didn't happen in the end, but
it's a good thing you didn't. No, it is a great program. A lot of.
I wasn't going to do it. A friend of mine, actually, one of my close friends, was offered a basketball scholarship to the Gators, and I thought it'd be a good idea to tag along, but nothing. It didn't end up panning out, but nonetheless.
Obviously, Florida has won national championships in football, basketball, and baseball.
And the reason that Gatorade was created.
You know, I have a unique story. It's not clean enough for the broadcast, but yes, Gatorade was created down there in Gainesville.
Hard hit ball by Newham, but going back and tracking the ball was Shepherd, making the catch. Sorry, Van der Graaf, should I say?
Initially off the bat, I thought that had a launch angle, and you know, a lot of times when you have a hard thrower, it doesn't take much, but I think he got it just off the barrel, so not able to have it travel out of the ballpark. But you know, they say you know, the harder they throw, sometimes you just have to put bat on ball and let his work do the work for you. But Van der Graaf able to track that one down. Definitely seen pitchers that have been able to hit that outside corner right at the knees have been given that call all night tonight from Mike Sherwood. Oh, sure enough, just as soon as I say that one, I put the ultimate curse and doesn't get the call. Might have been just a little bit low. Good frame job there by Davies, but we'll foul that one into the glove and out. Back to the backstop.
Got him. Cook gets Moyle. Bulls remain 4-2 leaders in this one. Head to the home half of the 8th. Right after this. Welcome back to Empire Ballpark, bottom of the 8th. The man who's just pitching for Biscuits is now hitting for Biscuits, and he's BJ Cook. He has had a good day all round, BJ, but his team trailed by 2, so lead off single, double. triple or even a home run would be real handy right now. Marsh will continue to ply his trade on the bump for the Bulls.
Just as we see there, I said last inning, everyone kind of hitting that outside corner at the knees has gotten the call, and Marsh starts it off.
BJ Cook's first opportunity goes to Cam Landy, and I think he got out, and he did. And hopefully he's not hurt after that one. I think it was real close, but I think Lou Bonomi got it right.
Ooh. Ooh. I think we'd have a tough play if that one went to the replay official. I'm not going to make a call on that one, but it was a very, very close
There's
play. I think he
he's out.
just got him. Just got him.
Good call. Luden Tamara now. Yeah, it was a game of inches. Luden sends that one up the chute. Going to go into the crowd, however.
Driving that ball where it's pitched, trying to really work that away. The Bulls have him set to be a dead pull hitter. Right fielder rotated over to right center, center fielder over into left center, and left field not quite playing the line, but certainly playing the shift to get Luden, so he's got a huge hole there in right field if he's able to get it over the first baseman's head.
Hard at line drive in that corner should pick up 3 if he's.
Oh, I think Luden might be begging for the oxygen if he's going for 3, but definitely stands a better chance of getting there than I do. I'll say that.
Tamara watches that one inside, so now it is a 2-2 count, 1 down.
We heard from Johnny earlier in the broadcast saying that Luden's probably one of the strongest players overall. But in that pound to weight ratio, Carlos Salas is leading the way, and you see Salas there down at third base. And I'd really like to see Luden get a hold of one here.
It'd be great just to launch one. Nice to see the Biscuits get back into it. Luden Tamara. Marsh throws, and Tamara, hard hit ball, but it's straight to Moyle, who takes a couple of steps and throws to McDonald in time. Good contact though.
It was, and I think he saw the same thing. He saw that hole in right field, and he was definitely not wanting to just play into the hands of the shift, and tried to go that way, but infield hadn't shifted over the way the outfield had.
It's Goodwin now. 2 down, bottom of the 8th.
Goodwin traded spots with BJ Cook this last half inning, going from mound to the shortstop. And
hard hit ball to left field, will bounce in front of Gooch. Goodwin's got himself a nice single out to left, and I've seen plenty of damage with two out hits. So
I think a little bit of weight off the shoulders there. I think a little bit of smile there from Caleb. I know, as I said, the mountain performance didn't necessarily go the way he wanted, but what better way to make up for it than getting a hit, being able to come around and score a run. We'll see if Finlay is able to get him over and get him in. Finlay, I don't know if he let go of the bat, but he ended with a one-arm swing, and bottom hand fell off the bat. I don't think that was the pitch Finlay wanted to swing at, but I think he had a little bit of a defensive swing. I'm sure he's seen it all right now, but
boy, I was going to say it took a long time, Santich, to make the throw, and Goodwin's made it to third. I just...
Well, that ball got away from him, and I think he was expecting it to bounce back off the brick harder than it did, and it came back, and then he wasn't in the perfect line, and so, you know, we talk about the catcher. A lot of times on that strike three, you have to go inside the line or outside the line and create that clear path, and Finlay Duncan was, you know, if he threw that ball, it was going to go right at him, and so in trying to throw it around the base runner, he actually threw it wide of the bag, but good job there by Braden Will to be there for backup. But third baseman had broken in to kind of come collect the pass ball as well. Nobody was covering third. Caleb able to get over before the third baseman could get back.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he just, like, saw it just before he was throwing. He was sort of trying to adjust his face mask as well, so I'm not sure if we had some issues there, but I just thought he was just taking a little too long. I mean, as you said, he was trying to get out of the way, get the right angle. It was just
and that's one of those things too we talk about when you know that ball is past you, you're supposed to throw that helmet away, throw that face mask away, but sometimes, you know, especially when you know it, you have some guys throwing hard that it's going to bounce off that brick's funny. You don't want to throw it and have that be something else that ricochets. So
that one's going to get past Santich, coming home to score. It'll be a good one.
So definitely be able to, as you can see, Goodwin, he's got that smile. He's got a little bit of life back. You know, he was the pitcher when the Bulls kind of retook that lead. So you can tell he's a little bit frustrated, but best thing he could do for his team, and you can see the life, the energy come back, and we'll see if that kind of livens up the Biscuits, and they're able to come back here at the bottom of the eighth, and then let BJ turn it over for the ninth still.
2 out runs again as Van de Graaf.
Finlay over in scoring position, so a base hit. He'll be running on contact, so a base hit should tie the game.
He's got wheels, Finlay, too, so...
Of course, Cody was the one last inning just after all those runs were scored. He got things started with that single over the first baseman into right field, and if he's able to repeat that again, big time at bat. Oh, Santich just having that one stick to his glove. Did drop to his knees to block it, did throw his glove down in the 5-hole, but didn't quite get turned to keep it in front of him, but lucky that ball stuck in his glove.
Swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Van de Graaf. And the Bulls hold on to their 4-3 lead. Through 8 complete. Off to the 9th and final inning. Right after this.
Today I'ma wake up a new man, driving a new road, develop a new plan. I'll never be blue, man, whatever the view, man. Go to a new beach, get me a new tan. I'ma write down every single thought. Got goals on my wall, I win, I never fall. I've been gone for a minute, yeah, had to be free. You want it, I got it, so tell me what you need. I'm unchained, unfazed, and unwilling. It's a new day, new world, we all winning. I'm up late, up early, I gotta get it. Keep working, now we gotta make a million. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. Go get it, you got it, I see you. I know you could do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it.
Back here for the 9th inning, the 9th and final inning. So this is the last inning of the showcase, and it's McDonald's going to be up against Jackson Stivey. Stivey pitching for the Biscuits. Cook's back at shortstop. There's the scoreboard. We were going 7, and then we got the tap on the door as we're about to conclude 7, so we'll play 9 instead. So there's a 1-run lead to the Bulls at the moment. Bulls are the navy blue team batting.
Jackson Stivey on the mound. Finally lost the sunglasses.
Yes. Don't often see people pitching sunglasses, do you?
No.
Lead-off walk. Now, 80% of the time they score, so... Yeah, I'd like to see Pilcher do something here, Guy, just to sort of show off his speed, whether it is...
I wish the runner wasn't on first, because it limits the ability of what he can do. So it's one that you'd like to see McDonald go ahead and get over to second. But, you know, even if he's able to put a bunt, like, I know he's so good with the bat right now.
Yeah.
He's in the top 3 or 4 batting average in the state league season. So you hate to take the bat out of a guy's hands, but I really would.
Yeah, you just love to see sort of that.
Same showcase his talents.
Yeah.
Be able to show everything that he's got. Unfortunately, we saw it in night 1, he was able to steal a couple of bases and do some things, but every time he's gotten on base since then, he's always had that runner in front of him that's holding him back.
They're going to go for 2-0 in the end. It's Goodwin's going to lose it at his feet.
Again, Goodwin there tried to make the play before before he had it in his hands. And sometimes when you know you have a guy with that much speed, you're trying to do the little things to get ahead. And
well, you can sort of see, you know, and a lot of not just you see it in the ABL happen often as well. You see that ball going to the second baseman where, you know, right there the second baseman's knowing.
Peripherally,
okay,
you have that runner on one.
Yeah, okay, I've got the play at second, I've got the play at first, and it's almost like that you can see them massively overthinking, and because of that, you're not just going, well, okay, give me the ball. At that point, let me know what the best option is. Probably for that one would have been first, because Donald had plenty of speed, but so does Pilcher. But you just saw this sort of, and you see it often at all levels, really, and it's just that.
Interesting to watch Will walking out to talk to the pitchers. It's when I've been able to take that long walk out to talk to him, and that's one of the cool things is seeing these guys grow up. I remember seeing some of these guys when they were in the Little League uniforms and those kinds of things, and watching Will grow over the years. But now he's taking on a coaching rank and helping the young guys around.
About sharing the knowledge, that's what the showcase is all about.
Jackson won. Another young man that probably wears his emotions on his sleeve, so probably just a little bit, go calm him down again. You're doing your job. Just again, throw strikes. As we see, go-to pitch might be. Josh Davies might be remembering that one. Hit that fastball, that outside corner. Guaranteed to be called. 3-1 count now. Two balls, two strikes.
Full count for Landy. Stivey throws and Landy fouls off.
Good pitch there by Jackson.
This is the under-18s championship game, and we're getting a championship game.
Definitely seen the best of the pitchers in this game. Ooh. Oh. See if we can see that one again. That didn't miss by much. I mean, great eye there by Cameron Landy if that truly was ball 4. Great knowing what is your strike zone, and maybe you couldn't have done a whole lot with that, but Josh Davies certainly did not reach out for that one, so a little bit surprised that didn't get that outside call. Maybe it was just that it was a little bit up, not necessarily at the knees.
Yeah, I think you got the raw end of the stick on that one, but the rough end of the stick. So now the bags are loaded, though, with nobody out.
That's
big opportunity for Gooch to cash in.
This will be a good moment for Jackson and see how he's able to keep his composure. Not everybody's able to do it. Let's see if he's able to bear down, battle, get out of the situation. Come back with two strikes in a row, and good way to start when under a pressure situation with bases loaded, nobody out. I'd like to see him waste this pitch, something inside. Just like that, change the eye level, and then now come back to that fastball, knee-high outside corner.
It's a hard hit ball. Infield was drawn in as well, so it's going to score at least one run. Scores McDonald. Pilcher thought about scoring, but the infield was drawn in. It was really hard hit ball from Gooch and scorched through.
Limpus made a spot on throw, a little one hopper right there to Davies. So they didn't get to see how Davies turned the corner, but that would have been a bang bang play. Just looking at this one again, just out of the reach of a diving BJ Cook. Jackson came up firing one hopper right there on the money.
Yeah, that's sort of the.
Had Pilcher gone, he probably would have been hosed.
Would have been a good test of speed, though.
It would have been one that you know, it would have been, you know, you sit there, you say you don't want to make the outs at third or home, but that one could have gone either ways. You know, Davies came up clean that. He was definitely in position to sweep block the plate. Something you would have seen, but I think based on everything done right, I think they would have had him had he gone.
So Santic, he had a home run yesterday. He's got bases loaded with nobody out. It's almost 11:15 here in the West. Draws a walk, walks in a run as well. So, and it was interesting because Stivey was pitching, then made way for BJ Cook, then came back out to pitch again. So challenge for Stivey, but hopefully there is a pitching change. It's just more. It is funny though I mean we all are baseball fans and we love the game, but you know, like, it's pretty clear that baseball has a pace of play problem.
Oh,
I mean, this game, and I'm just more. I'm not talking about you. It doesn't matter what you ever do with a sport. Well, it doesn't matter, but like 90% of the time, it doesn't. If you're looking at how do you attract new people to a sport.
Sure, it's one of those things. I mean,
if you love it, if you love it, it doesn't matter. Right? I mean, you love it. I mean, 90%, anyone probably tuning into the broadcast is probably a baseball fan and probably doesn't care. But
I'm talking, I guess, where I was going to compare it to, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of cricket. I have been on both ends of things, but I don't understand how you can play for 5 days and not have a winner.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
So in terms of that one. You know, soccer has the biggest goal in all of sports, and you have 0-0 games. You have some of the least amount of offensive threat even happening. You know, from the baseball purist standpoint of me, I don't really have a problem with it. You know, obviously this game, we had a little bit of a later start, the 7:30 time frame. You know, we're approaching the 3 hours
15.
3 hours 15. We're in the 9th inning, so I've always equated it. If you're getting an hour, you know, 20 minutes per inning, it's about right. But you know, they've been doing some interesting things. Like the colleges have brought on the pitch count clock. I think the minor leagues have experimented with it. You know, whether that's brought in, I mean.
Because you make an interesting point, though. You know, you talk about Test match cricket, which, you know, obviously, I from a cricket point of view, I prefer that.
Sure.
But however, you look at Big Bash cricket, which has completely revolutionised cricket in terms of, you know, if you went down to every young kid here, that also, the majority would say love Big Bash, and it's just like, you just sometimes and you look at the stats in terms of, you know, the growth of baseball even in the US in comparison to the NFL and the NBA and even ice hockey as well, and it's just, it's not growing, and sometimes you kind of look at how do you innovate these things.
You know, I tell you, one of the innovative things that we did see MLB implement was the international tiebreaker rules. And you know, there were a lot of people that had fits about that, but I actually think it's I'd rather see a win than a tie.
Yeah.
So I'd rather see that force. So all of a sudden you're playing people's hands because you've you've brought small ball back into the game.
Yep.
Where it had disappeared for a while. And so now all of a sudden we can put our speedster out on the base, and it's created another opportunity. Like if we find ourselves in extra innings, we can take advantage of these, and now all of a sudden you may have had a 1-1 ball game the entire way, and you get 3 runs in that 1 inning. So
I do like the rule. I mean, I know, and also a lot of people don't like it. I like the pitcher must face 3 batters rule. I think that.
I don't mind that one because I
Salas fouls that one off.
You talk about the pace of play. I do hate that you're just brought on for 1 batter because, and I think from a pitcher standpoint, I think they probably are frustrated by that because, you want that ability. Maybe you got the guy. Okay, I did my job. But if you got the guy, I want to stay out there because I know I can get that next guy. That's the competitor in you. And if you didn't get him, the competitor in you is like, man, I want to be able to redeem myself.
Bases loaded, nobody out. 0-2 count. Salas watch up 1 above the letters. 6-3's the score. The Bulls have scored 2 at the top of the 9th. They have, as mentioned, bases loaded, nobody out. Opportunities here. Tamara's your pitcher. Luden Tamara, who closed the game yesterday, as that one's hit to BJ Cook. He's going to throw home to get the out there and throw back to first, not in time. But importantly, they get that, save that run. Good throw by Cook to Davis. One thing we have noticed, Guy, there's a lot of kids have speed. A lot of speed on the base paths.
There definitely has been a lot of speed on the base paths, and I think I said it the first night. The under 16s did a great job of maximizing their base running abilities, and I think we've been able to see a lot of that in all of these games. Haven't seen as many of the stolen bases tonight. We have seen 3.
Hit ball's going to get through. So that will score Gooch at least, and Santich will go to 3rd. So that will notch up the 7th run.
But we've seen a lot of smart base running. I think we've even seen guys, we've seen some stretch the extra base in their favor. We've seen others take the wide turns, get back to bases. So we've seen a full range of everything in terms of baseball skills. So I think guys have, they haven't always been able to clearly identify what they've learned in the 2 weeks, but they've always said, you have a lot of coaches teaching it. You have a lot of teammates. So, whether it's the 18s teaching the 16s, whether it's Wanneroo teaching Korean guys or vice versa, or, that's kind of the special things that a lot of times you play against these guys. In this case, we have teammates playing against each other and then playing with guys that they don't normally get to play with. So, I mean, that's always one of those fun things is getting to know other teammates.
Luden Tamara throws and comes inside. So, coming to the end of their 10 days here at Empire Ballpark for the Tampa Bay Rays showcase. The under 16s and the under 18s. Assuming there'll be presentations after this like there was for the 16s, I'd imagine.
Again, 2 innings ago, I thought, I was probably trying to choose an MVP potentially between BJ Cook and Cameron Landy, and now all of a sudden a few other people have probably thrown their names and hats into the ring. So I don't envy who's putting those votes together.
Hard hit ball into center. Should be enough for Santich to tag, and no, he doesn't in the end. It's a good catch by Limpus. I thought Santich might go there, but
I think had anyone else been on 3rd, you might have seen something. Nothing against Jacob, but catchers are not the most fleet of foot. And Jackson does have a pretty good arm, and running in, I know that ball was into right center, but still running in towards the plate, he would have had all of his momentum behind him. We've seen him make that one-hop throw to the plate. Again, pretty good hit in his cutoff man there.
Braden Moyle.
I think if Moyle, gets a base clearing hit here, he throws his name back into the.
Yeah, I think you're right. I probably would have been safe on BJ Cook, but as the Bulls, as it goes 7-3, it's sort of tough to kind of, a lot of Bulls get into contention.
I think you got to start looking at a few of those Bulls again, and BJ's had a great game yesterday, has had a great game today. Did get touched for. I think was probably credited with having given up a run or two of those 3 runs there, but.
Count goes full now, 2 down. Well, it's 3-1.
Which diminishes a little bit. I mean, he still had a great game. Take nothing away from him, but
Tyson Knoll also had a good.
Tyson Knoll had a great game. He was in line for the win, and tough to get a no decision here in the game now.
Full count for Tamara. Misses, walks right. Run gets walked in, which is Santich. 8-3 now. Good for McDonald now. Number 5, his walk-up song. It's a bit old school. There's Rod Drew. He'd be happy with his balls, as that one's going to be in.
Out of play.
Where you'd normally find the soft serve ice cream truck.
Soft serve ice cream truck, and I guess we're after the 8th inning, so we wouldn't have the horde
the
of
kiddos down there now.
Kids running across the outfield, but they probably would have all migrated their way back there anyway.
That's the running of the Durham Bulls in a way. Boy, the things you must experience in your life is trying to wrangle those kids to let that gate open.
Yeah, that is.
It's actually even got.
You don't need to go see the running of the Bulls in Pamplona, Spain. You can have the running of Who Let the Dogs Out.
That's a hard hit ball. That is going to be trouble. That's great catch, though, by Van de Graaf. Real nice catch by Van de Graaf. Ends the inning. But the Bulls put on 4 runs. We're off to the bottom of the 9th. The Bulls 8, Biscuits 3. Quick break from us. Back for the final after this.
In June of this year, I had an MRI on my knee. The process from start to finish was very quick. They were very accommodating, accepted me in for a booking after hours. They even called me back the next morning to get further scans to get a real thorough diagnosis of my injury. SKG, as a valued partner to the Perth Heat, they always have your best interests at heart and are always taking best care of you.
Here we are, the ninth and final, bottom of the ninth, the end of the road of the showcase. Sam Shepherd face Marsh. First pitch goes after it. Shoots it up into the seats. Good crowd still hanging around. Of course, for the 16s, there will be the presentations. For the 18s, they gave out, there was quite a few awards they gave out, but
I think there was a Slugger Award, a Gold Glove, MVP. I think I might have heard one or two others. As I said, I don't. Purely speculation. I'm trying to remember off of all three games, because obviously you might have an MVP that is today's game, but I'm trying to think of overall one for this series, and I think Santich probably stands out as a worthy candidate from the Bulls. He does have that one of the 2 home runs hit.
Yep.
His was a 3-run shot, and I think he's been fairly consistent all 3 games in terms of a couple of hits each game. Always been on base, and then putting the hard yards in behind the plate. You know, Flynn McGaughan started the game, threw well for the Bulls, ran into a little trouble. Cruz Brennan, you know, gave up 1 run, but threw very well for the Bulls, keeping them in the game. Even though they then found themselves trailing 2-1. Riley Marsh has come in and really held the Biscuits at bay from that standpoint. They did get 1 last inning to close the gap, but Bulls were able to go tack on 4 to push the lead back out.
Shepherd, hard hit ball. That's going to bounce over Salas's head. That was Sam Shepherd was due for a good knock. And
I was actually going to say Sam Shepherd has probably been one of the hardest hitters each of the 3 games. I think he's gotten a hit in each game, but he certainly does not get cheated at the plate.
Got to Salas in a hurry.
Salas has had a busy night over at third tonight. He caught in game 1, and I think he caught a little bit yesterday. He played a little bit of second base and found himself at the hot corner, and he's been impressive. He hasn't made every play, but he has stopped a lot of them, which have prevented extra bases for the Biscuits, which might have been more runs for the Biscuits.
Absolutely. I think the point is, I mean, if you're stopping every play under the sun and making every play at third base, I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
he's probably an unspoken hero.
Runner goes. This is Ben Bird.
And you know, one of the things that we always kind of talk about, Ben Bird had an excellent game. He was on the mound in game number 1 and did a great job there for the Biscuits. You know, you take a look around the infield, and you can tell the game that guys have played based on who's dirty. And Carlos is right now one of the candidates that's dirtiest, because he's been doing a lot. I mean, he's laid out several times for balls. He's been all over the place. He's been on the base paths.
Old Nappy Sand, player of the game, kept these whites white.
You know, a guy like that one, I mean, unsung hero. You don't get a lot of the notoriety, but man, he's done a lot to keep the Biscuits off the scoreboard.
2-2 count. Got him.
Oh, haven't seen the high strike called all night.
There was a real delayed call.
It was definitely called yesterday.
I mean, it was there though.
And it's been one that Hasn't been called, but
pitching change.
A little bit of a rough call.
Late pitching change in the game, but Marsh sits down. Gets a round of applause to the crowd. Done a great job.
I think Marsh, you wanted to finish it. You can see him coming off. He's come on. I wanted this. I had it. Don't take it away from me. That's
a little
probably
surprised. Like, I mean, I could find his pitch count, but a little surprised that he didn't sort of just try to get the last two out. But anyway, got to control. You got. I mean, at this level, you've got to kind of take into account the.
You're probably looking at pitch count for the one, and I know he's definitely upset, but he's probably got a state league game on the weekend.
Yeah.
He may not be pitching now as a result of that outing, but it's also, turn things over. You have a bigger lead. Give another guy
coming to the game.
Another guy a shot. So Michael DeGasperis, young, hard-throwing right-hander from Swan Districts. And I think, Riley Marsh may have thrown his hat. He might win MVP or pitcher of the tournament. I mean, I think we saw him a little bit in game number 1, and then he's
well, what I was hoping
on the last 3 innings scoreless.
That's a real 11 o'clock at night dance when you've been up since 5. So
hey, Ramondo's, I don't have any food to keep me awake either. Where were you? Where were you, my man?
That's the dance. When you go out to the clubs and it's 4 in the morning, or it's obviously I haven't done this for a long while, but and you're enough, and you're just trying to be on the dance floor. You're just trying to, and you're just like in your head, you're just like, come on, man, you're done. I was going to say, like, in the 16s, they were printing the awards next door, but they're not doing it for the 18s because we probably could have sat here and gone, yeah, I think, that's the 11 o'clock.
There's some. Hey, she hasn't even made it to the 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's the 11 o'clock.
And I was gonna laugh because you're talking in about going clubbing, going dancing, or whatever. Based on some of those restrictions, that hasn't been going on a lot lately. But
as you can see, it's getting late. 5 past 11.
There's a few people that may not even be sticking around for those award presentations because.
It's funny though, isn't it? Like if you, we're talking about pace of play and the time of baseball. It's like the Gasparis, especially in summer when the heat season's rolling as well. Like if you ever catch yourself going to a Wildcats game and then you realise how quick basketball is because all of a sudden you kind of, game's on, you're sort of talking, you're getting used to it, baseball, then all of a sudden it's like, there's like 2 minutes to go in the game. You
yeah.
8 runs the Bulls. They have 2 outs. There's a good breakdown of DeGasperis, as you said.
Another good balanced approach. Gets that front foot down, gets over it. And definitely working that outside corner at the knees. He's paid attention this evening. He wasn't just sitting around hoping to get in.
They really waited to the last, almost, not the last minute, but...
I think the big thing too is, not only we talk about
a good catch.
Good catch from the fan.
It's not sure what he did in the end.
Managed to drop it, but you come back in and you throw strikes. I know Riley was frustrated with not being able to finish, but we saw it on the other side when the Biscuits originally fell down. They brought in Caleb and some other pitchers in that meantime, and if they weren't able to find that zone right away, it kind of changed the demeanor of the game. Michael's come in. Potentially the same thing could happen where, sometimes you just like to see a guy get out of the game. So the Biscuits are like, this can turn into our favor because now Marsh is out. We can get into the bullpen. We can face somebody else. Really important for Michael to kind of shut the door.
The opportunity at 2 balls, 2 strikes for DeGasperis. He stands off. DeGasperis, deep breath, throws. Count will now go full. There's another. Lights are a bit bright, so get under the blankets. Have a snooze.
It's 2-2 now. I think the scoreboard's playing trick on us again.
3-2 the count.
That is 3-2.
Limpus, full count. Hard hit. That should be, that'll land.
That's going to get in the gap.
It's going to jump off. So out Horsley leapt, and in the end they're going to send Shepherd home. No, they're going to hold him up.
So good call. Good call.
Horsley leapt for it, but it got it just got in that perfect gap. It was a good call.
I actually did not think initially. I called that one. I knew it was going to be down, but Horsley did a great job of closing to that ball, really giving himself a shot. I think as a result, Shepherd had to kind of stop there just before 2, kind of lost his momentum, so he wasn't able to think about really having that chance because he saw Horsley kind of have a beat on it as well.
So Limpus at second, Shepherd on third. Josh Davies, one out.
Not sure if the battery on Rapasoto has gone out. I don't see the lights on it anymore.
Down by 5 runs. Well, it's probably run out of battery by now.
Apparently it's gone to hide under the blanket as well.
It's gone to 11 o'clock, gave up. KFC shut at 10. 11 o'clock, it's gold quits too. Working them KFC hours. Shepherd and Olympus on first and second. 1-1 count. High pop-up that is playable in foul territory. McDonald who makes the catch.
You know, Armando's spent all 10 days feeding the ball players. We need you out here, Armando.
The crew haven't been fed. Rough conditions.
I think even Grady was calling for. She had a favorite that she was missing these 3
Ramondo.
days.
What did she say?
Was it the pork
mac and
sandwich
cheese,
or
I think.
the mac and cheese?
I used to always go, I can't remember what he called the hot dog, but it that one that had the jalapenos on it.
Oh, that one was good. Yeah, I think that was just a loaded dog.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good Reuben that I always liked as well.
Big swing and miss. This is BJ Cook, so maybe Guy. He's 0-2 count, 2 out. Maybe he's got runners on. Maybe a big knock here might give him the MVP.
Definitely a big swing there, and
so De Gasper's trying to end it right here. The pitch is wild and.
Oh, I think he should have broken home, but I guess, you know, the 1 run doesn't make the difference when you're chasing 5 right now. You kind of need the base runners. You need the things. Don't take the chance. I think that was one that hit the netting, not necessarily the brick wall, but got to be going there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shepherd scores. I think just the shot before with the sunglasses have been put back on.
From Jackson, or?
Yeah, from Jackson.
Yeah, I think Vandergraaf had managed to take him. I think I saw him sitting on top of Vandergraaf's hat in the outfield. Jackson must have taken him back.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out for BJ Cook. There's Michael De Gasperis. So 1 good pitch here ends the ball game. Can BJ Cook extend it? De Gasperis takes a deep breath. Kicks and delivers, and that one is fouled off. Bailey J. Cook. Here goes BJ again. Rinse, repeat. 2-2 count. De Gasperis to win the ball game. Kicks, delivers. Ball 4. Takes a walk. Extends the ball game now. Luden Tamara. Luden gets on, then tying run comes to the plate.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those things that I said. You know, that's probably why Riley felt that he was in the zone and wanted to finish. And, you know, the Biscuits probably go, oh, we got Riley Marsh out of the game. We give ourselves a better chance.
Tamara, hard hit ball. Salas will throw across the diamond, and that's the ball game.
Then back on.
That is the ball game. The Bulls win it. Final on this one, 8-4 to close the Rays Showcase for 2022. Congratulations to the Bulls, also the Biscuits as well. Sensational game, worthy of a championship game. Big congratulations to all the kids for the last 10 days. Outstanding baseball. Some sensational stuff seeing. Big shout out to the coaches as well. And of course, Dean White and the crew from Diamond Fitness, Lee Parker, the team at SKG Radiology, and all the sponsors. A big thank you to the Show Screens crew as well. They have been here setting up well before the first game. Done sensational jobs. Always tough to do a doubleheader. They've done an amazing job. Big shout out to all the guys in the truck and the camera crew as well. And Guy, thank you for your company as well.
I appreciate it. And of course, Paul, big thank you to yourself for giving up your time for the last 3 days. So.
Well, it's been fun. The presentations will happen. I see Bob Ossie down there. Give me the Bob Ossie Cup, and Lachlan Dale as well. And thanks to our camera crew. Appreciate you all for tuning in. We'll let you go there. My name's Paul Morgan on behalf of Guy Belair and everyone from Show Screens. Big thank you for your company. We look forward to bringing you more baseball, hopefully sometime soon. Good night for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll make it a little quick after a 4-hour game, but first and foremost, wanted to thank the crowd and thank the parents of the players. We understand there's a big financial and time commitment for you guys to be able to get the players down here every day for the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure on behalf of the players, they want to give a special thank you for your commitment to them to be able to play over the last couple of weeks. So thank you very much. This is when you clap your parents. Again, thank you to the field crew, the admin staff, the support staff, the coaches and everybody behind the scenes. A lot of work's gone into the planning and preparation to allow these guys to be able to get on the field and do their stuff and showcase their skill set. And also for the coaches that have imparted their wisdom and often spend hours and hours extra other than just being at the baseball field planning. So to all the work behind the field, behind the scenes, on the field and off the field, thank you very much for the time. And without further ado, I'll ask Andy to come up and present some of the awards for the couple of weeks.
Yeah, just quickly, a couple of thank yous on my behalf to make this super successful. To Lee, Dean and the girls in the booth, thank you for all your time and effort this last 2 weeks. It wouldn't run as smoothly as it has without you guys, so thank you. And also to massive thanks to the field crew also. To my coaching staff, you guys have been awesome. A lot of these guys give up work commitments and take their holidays to be here, so you guys have been fantastic in everything you've achieved this week with this group, so thank you very much. It's been a big 2 weeks. There's some outstanding young men here, and I'm really excited about the future of baseball here with this group of talented individuals. They've worked super hard every day. They've shown great leadership, and they're exceptional young men. And I'm really looking forward to the next 3 to 5 years and seeing where they get to. A couple of individual awards tonight. The first one goes to the championship game MVP. So this was the player of the game tonight. This kid came into the game trailing by 1 run. He was outstanding, attacked the zone and shut the offense down, and that goes to Riley Marsh. The next awards are an accumulative of the 2 weeks, so it doesn't just go down to the game statistics. It's about how they apply themselves day in, day out, and a reward for everything they've done and consistency over that time frame. The under-18 MVP goes to Jackson Limpus. The under-18 Silver Slugger Award goes to Braden Moyle. Golden Glove, and he was an exceptional again tonight, goes to Cameron Landy. And the Golden Arm through 5 innings tonight goes to Tyson Knoll. Thanks, guys.
We'll also make special mention to the players that won the awards. Thanks to Fielder's Choice and Mizuno for coming on board with a couple of prizes. So the boys will be able to head in there and pick up some extra gifts from baseball equipment and what may be. Again, also like to thank the Greg Jelks Foundation for coming on board. I know Jason's headed home for tonight, but great contribution again back into baseball from Greg Jelks's, I guess, playing days and a development fund to be able to assist for these guys to be able to get on this field, to be able to reduce some of the costs and overhead. So again, thanks to the Greg Jelks Foundation. And I'd like to, I guess, officially award the Bob Ossie Cup to the Durham Bulls and the coach, Cameron Landy.
Thank Biscuits for a good game. Good job, Bulls. Good job, Bulls. We finally won. Thanks.
Again, thank you very much for the crowd and thank you for coming out for this great 2 weeks for these boys. So thank you very much.